Chapter 8 of Smoky the Cowhorse. Smoky starts out. The first day of the fall roundup was to Smoky a whole lot like the first day of school to the kid of the settlement. Only Smoky was full grown and his brain full developed. His eyes stayed wide open and worked with his ears so that nothing of interest would be missed. There was so much that was strange and which kept his senses on the jump. The big wagons with the 4- and 6-horse teams done a lot of spooky rattling as they followed the pilot, sometimes on a high lope, across the rolling prairies, over benches, and down draws. Then trailing along close behind the thumping of hooves of many ponies, the remuda made a sound which hinted everything to Smoky, everything from a stampede on up, and if it hadn't been for the hand that once in a while was felt on his neck, and the voice which he heard and knowed so well, the little horse would have sure left a streak of dust and away from all that confusion of wagons and men. There was too many riders around him. They all kept too close, and once in a while as the outfit sashayed on towards the first campgrounds, and some bronc would bust out a bucking and a trying to shed off a cowboy, Smoky felt a lot like doing the same. But always, and whenever he felt like kettling the most, Clint's hand and voice was there to quiet him down. That hand and voice worked the same as to prove to Smoky that as long as Clint was around close, there was nothing for him to fear. As the outfit rambled on, Clint gradually reined Smoky to one side till he was well away and where he would feel more at ease to watch without fear all what the layout had to show that was strange. Smoky's ears then perked up in a different angle, and as Clint talked to him, that spooky-looking outfit lining out across the range got to look less spooky and more interesting. Smoky followed the outfit and watched it till the sun was well up in the middle of the sky. Then the pilot raised his hand, made a circle, and the wagons followed him to a standstill. A dry camp was made, and the cook had the pots to working a few minutes after the outfit had come to a stop. The rope corrals was strung out in the wink of an eye, and the remuda run in. Smoky had watched the whole proceedings with a lot of interest. The many horses, men, and all had him to using his eyes and ears to the limit. And the low snorts he'd let out every once in a while as he turned to watch all that went on was as plain as talk, that for excitement this sure had everything he'd ever seen before beat to a frazzle. "Come and get it, you rannies!" It was the cook's holler for the riders to come and eat. About then, Smoky seen Clint headed towards him and where he'd been left picketed. A little rub back of the ear, and Smoky was led to the rope corral, unsaddled, and turned in with the remuda. "Have a good roll, Smoky horse," says Clint as he turned him loose, "and don't let no ornery pony get the best of you." Smoky looked back at Clint for a spell, the same as to ask him where he was going, and as the cowboy stood there watching, the little horse moseyed on and disappeared amongst the saddle bunch. The roundup pan was filling up with the tin cups and plates as the cowboys, through eating, was making their way towards their saddles by the rope corrals. A hard twist catch rope was unbuckled from them saddles. Loops was shook out, and pretty soon them same loops began a sailing and a reaching out like a mighty long arm for the horse each cowboy picked out for that afternoon's ride. Smoky seen and heard the hiss of them loops as they sailed on over past him to settle around some other pony's neck. And even though all was done quiet so none of the horses would start running too much, Smoky had a mighty restless feeling whenever them snaky ropes appeared. Clint hadn't roped him only once, and that was when he was a raw bronc, but he hadn't forgot the feeling that had been his when that same rope had caught him, stretched him out, and left him plumb helpless. His brain was near stampeding with him at the sound of so many ropes, and once in a while when he'd spot some strange rider carrying one of them hated coils, the sight made him hit for the middle of the herd. But even there he wasn't safe, for there was no telling how far them ropes could reach. It was in winding around and through the thick of the herd that Smoky found himself on the edge and crowded against the big rope cable which was the corral. The sight that met his eye there had him wanting to hide back in the middle of the herd once again, but he had no chance. The herd had him wedged where he couldn't move, and as it was, he had to stare wild-eyed at all there was for him to see. A few feet away was half a dozen riders saddling up, and that's what kettled Smoky. The few feet that was between him and them strangers was too close for comfort. He was just about to try another grand rush to get back in the middle of the herd when the sound of something familiar made him hesitate. It was the ring of a spur rowel, a ring he'd heard often, and pretty soon Smoky spots Clint only a few feet away from him and leading a strange horse to his saddle. Smoky stuck his head and neck out as far as he could and nickered at the sight of the cowboy. And that cowboy, having his attention some other direction at the time, was made to turn mighty quick as the well-known nicker was heard. There was all in Smoky's looks and nicker that seemed to say, "Pardner, I need help." Clint laughed, but the laugh wasn't of the kind that comes from a joke. "What's the matter, little horse?" But Clint knowed what was the matter. He could hear the thump-thump of Smoky's heart as he came nearer, and felt the throb of it as he laid a hand on his neck. He rubbed on the slick hide a spell, and that cowboy experienced a mighty great feeling when he noticed, as he stayed, that gradually the pony's heartbeats began to slow down and soon was behaving normal again. Smoky watched the cowboy leave him to go to where his saddle was laying on the ground out a ways. He watched him put the saddle on the strange horse, and when Clint came back leading the horse and finished saddling by Smoky, that pony nipped at the cowboy's chap leg, the same as to say, "Stick around a spell." Clint did stick around for a spell. He wasted a lot of good company time fooling with the latigos and seeing that his rope was coiled up neat. And even though he knowed that as a good cowboy he should be helping tear down camp, he stuck by the corral and Smoky till the last rider was caught, saddled, and rode his horse away. The remuda was let out then. The wranglers circled the bunch and started grazing 'em till the wagons started again for that night's grounds. Smoky was hazed along and lost in the big horse herd. Clint watched him, and when he couldn't see him no more, started coiling up the big cable, which was the rope corral used on open range, and with the help of another rider, put it in one of the wagons where it'd be easy reached again. It had been less than an hour since the cook had stopped his team and jumped off the wagon to cook the cowboy's noon bait. And now he was up on the wagon again and waiting there for the boys to finish hooking up his team and hand him the ribbons. Soon enough that was done. The pilot started and the cook war-whooped his broncs into a running start. The bed wagon, loaded down with 20-some-odd Montana rolls, took up the swing, and the wood wagon tagged along behind. Then came the remuda of over 200 saddle horses, and hazing 'em was the orangutan, day wrangler. The first circle of the fall roundup was on that afternoon. The circle starts from wherever the roundup wagon might be. The roundup wagon of most countries is composed of 3 wagons, one for Chuck and Potts and the cook, another for the rider's bedding, which is rolled in big canvas tarpaulins. It takes quite some bedding for 20 or more men, especially in countries where it's apt to snow in the middle of June. The third wagon is for wood and water, and which is used in prairie countries where there's neither wood or water to be found for a ways. The cook drives his chuck wagon. The flunky, cook's helper, drives the bed wagon, and the night hawk, Rider who herds the remuda at night drives the wood wagon. Them 3 wagons, which is called the wagon, is the cowboy's home while on the range. It carries his grub, his war bag, bag of clothes, his bedding, and strips of rawhide which he salts down and sometimes cuts into strings and braids things like bozels, nosebands, or such. The wagon moves camp most every day, and sometimes twice and 3 times a day. All depends on how quick the country is worked. The circle starts from the wagon. The 20 or more riders and the cow foreman ride straight to some point for 10 or 15 miles. On top of some butte, the bunch stops. Then the cow foreman scatters the riders. He'll send 'em in pairs to the right, left, and straight ahead, and spread 'em fan-shaped to a certain point where they turn, or where there's no more cattle to be seen, and they'll head back towards the wagon again, bringing with 'em all the cattle that's seen in the ride. That's what's called a circle. It averages 25 miles and ends at the wagon where all the riders meet again, each bringing with them whatever cattle was found. The wagon might have moved and a new camp set up while the boys was out on circle, but wherever the wagon is, that's where the circle ends. To one side of the camp a mile or so, the cutting grounds where the herd is worked is the spot where all the cattle is brought to from that one circle, and held there for branding and cutting out whatever is not wanted. 2 circles are made a day. Soon as Jeff, the cow foreman, sees the wagons lining out in good shape for that night's camp, he puts his horse in a high lope, and looking back at the boys that was doing their best in putting up a ride on the sun-fishing ponies, he grinned as he seen that all stuck on and fanned, and felt mighty proud of being the cow boss of such a bunch of riders. Clint was riding a big Appaloosa called Chapo, and one of the best circle horses the outfit had. But he wasn't appreciating him much just then, and as he rode along, leaving the wagons and remuda to his left, his eyes was a whole lot on the dust that remuda made, and trying to get a glimpse of a mouse-colored piece of horseflesh which he called Smoky. But Smoky was getting along fine as he trotted and loped along on the trail of the wagons. He'd no more than left Clint by the rope corral when he run across to that brother of his again, and after the 2 nickered howdy-doos at one another, they trailed along side by side, plumb contented with everything in general. The sound of the dozen or so bells that was strapped to the necks of the oldest and wisest ponies was new and mighty pleasant to Smoky's ears, and it was good to be roaming again and with so much company. It was middle afternoon when the pilot came to a big creek bottom and circled by a grove of willows and cottonwoods. The second camp of that day was made. The wrangler let the remuda come to a walk, and pretty soon left him to graze on towards the creek a half a mile below camp. And as he seen that all seemed contented to graze, drink, and roll, he left 'em to go and put up the rope corral, snake in wood for the cook, and whatever other things that's all the responsibilities of the orangutan. He kept one eye on the ponies as he worked, and if any restless bronc showed indications of wanting to start drifting, that boy jumped on his horse, turned him, and watched for a spell till that bronc seemed satisfied to stay. Many a wrangler had used the excuse of hard-to-hold ponies just so he could get away from too much work, and most always it was a mighty good excuse, too. But Smoky and Pecos, which was his brother, had give no such a excuse to the wrangler. They both seemed mighty satisfied, and after they'd had a good drink in the cool stream and a good roll afterwards, put their time in getting away with all the blue joint grass they could. Every once in a while Smoky would raise his head, and chewing on a mouthful of the tall feed, would look up at the ridges around him, then towards the camp, and wonder at the noise the cook was making with his pots and pans. All had him interested. It was all new, and with the nicker he'd often hear from one side of the scattered remuda, and then the other, the steady ring of the horse bells and all. The little horse wasn't hankering for anything, only just what he was in the thick of. He'd been grazing for a good long time, and the sun was hitting towards the ridges to the west, when to the south a ways he noticed a big dust a-soaring up the sky and a mile high. There was a steady rumbling noise as the dust came closer, and pretty soon he could make out the bellowing of the critter. A big herd it was, the combings of the first circle, and 1,000 head or more of white-faced, brockle-faced, speckled, red, black, and all colors and sizes of range cattle topped a ridge, and on a high lope was swung towards the cutting grounds. About that time the horse wrangler fogged in on the remuda, and in a short while Smoky and all the ponies found themselves in the rope corral once again. The cowboys was needing fresh horses, and catch ropes began sailing once more as the 20 and more of 'em snared their cut horses. A few snaked out broncs, and pretty soon all hands was mounted again and working the herds they'd brought in. Smoky was spooked up once more as he heard the ropes sing over his ears. He heard a familiar voice say, "How's she going, Smoky?" But the little horse was busy hunting a hole about that time, and he was too excited to nicker an answer. Then, after what seemed an awful long time to Smoky, the ponies was left out of the corral once more, and when the wrangler checked 'em all to graze, him and Pecos was in the lead. The ponies was grazing on a low bench and on the opposite side of the creek from where the cattle herd was being worked. Many was cut out and started back on the same range from where they come, and pretty soon Smoky's sensitive nostrils smelled the smoke from the fire that kept the branding irons hot. Then the smell of burnt hair followed. He heard the beller of the critters, and snorting sort of low and in wonder, the mouse-colored pony watched. He watched the riders at work, seen long ropes a-swinging, and how them long ropes would stop the bunch-quitting steer. He was familiar with some of that, and somehow there came in him a hunch that he'd like to be closer. There was something about the workings of that herd across the creek that had his blood racing above natural, and he felt a kind of a call for the whole of the goings-on, a call of the kind he couldn't as yet understand, but it was there sure enough. Finally the smell of singed hair wasn't on the breeze no more. Branding was over for that day, and the last rope was coiled up and fastened by the saddle horn. Smoky watched as all but a few riders left the herd and headed for camp. He went to grazing then, and neck with Pecos, he listened to the rattle of tin plates and the laugh of the cowboys as he nosed around for the tenderest stems of the blue joint. 4 riders on cocktail, hours between the last meal of the day and the first night guard, got on their horses and rode to relieve the riders holding the herd, and it wasn't long after that when the quiet of the evening settled on the range. Even the critters seemed to want to stop bellowing for a spell at that time. Most of the bells of the remuda was quiet, and the ponies was dozing. Smoky had been dozing too, but pretty soon his ears perked up at the sound the likes of which he'd never heard before. The sound came from the camp, and strange as it was, there was something about it that wasn't at all aggravating. Around a good-sized fire was gathered the cowboys. The cook, the flunky, the wrangler, Jeff the foreman, and all was in the circle, all but the 4 riders on cocktail and the nighthawk who'd took the wrangler's place for the night's herding of the saddle horses. Most of the boys was setting on or leaning against a big roll of tarpaulin-covered bedding, and one closest to the fire was working away trying to get a tune on his mouth organ. That was the sound which had come to Smoky's ears. The older cow-horses all knowed that sound well, and if any of 'em could have packed a tune, there'd been many in the remuda a-humming. The song that was being worked at just then had been heard at all the cow camps and roundup wagons of the cow country for many years, and handed down from the Injun-fighting cowboy to to the sun that took up the trail where he left it, and when the horns on the critter wasn't so long no more. There was a lot of memories stirred up whenever them songs was heard, and many a cowboy got sentimental at the sound of 'em, for most all cowboys can remember some quiet night when the time of such a song was spread around the herd. Then of a sudden, and for no reason, a stampede is in full swing. A cowboy dead is found under his horse at the bottom of a 50-foot jump off, and leaves only the memory of the song he'd been singing that night. Oh, I'm a Texas cowboy and far away from home, and if I ever get back again, no more will I ever roam. Wyoming's too cold for me, the winters are too long, and when roundup comes again, my money's all gone. Clint had got harmonious, and with the other cowboy a-trying to keep up on the mouth organ, was singing the song. He mixed in about 10 verses and took in other songs as he went. The tunes changed some, but the Texas wang he carried with the tunes made 'em more or less alike, and all appreciated the same. The last verse had died down. Some of the boys looked up expecting more, and others, hat brim pulled down, was stargazing at the fire and letting the memories the songs had brought lead 'em back to times and happenings that had been stirred the most. All was quiet, excepting for the crackling of the fire, and one of the boys was just about to speak the name of some other old song when off from the direction where the remuda was held, a nicker was heard. Clint looked towards where the familiar nicker had come and smiled. The cowboy's voice had carried to where Smoky had been grazing, and the little horse had stopped grinding on his feed soon as the first verse had hit his ears. He'd listened on through to the end, nickered, and watched the fire on the creek bottom from where the voice had come. He watched it long into the night, till all was quiet and the fire had dwindled down to coals. Time for first night guard to be relieved was near, and Smoky was still watching. Pecos was dozing off a ways, and pretty soon Smoky began to feel a little groggy too, and he dozed with him. A new day was no more than hinted by the paling sky to the east when the night hawk began bunching the ponies and hazing 'em towards camp. It was still faint daylight when the catch ropes was a-hissing over the ponies' heads once again, and loops settling around slick necks. Broncs was drug out and a-fighting against the saddle while the sun was still back of the ridges, but the day's work had started at the roundup camp. In a short while the remuda was let out again, and the day wrangler started grazing 'em, while the outfit broke camp for other grounds. When all was loaded in the big wagons, the pilot took the lead, and when the sun showed up to begin its circle up above, the cook had already moved his kitchen some 10 miles, and the pots was beginning to feel the heat of the fire underneath. Smoky was in another new country that day, and as he grazed with the remuda, he noticed the same workings of the day before. Another big herd was brought in from that morning's circle. Then one more that afternoon. More cattle was cut out, and then singed hair floated on the breeze once more. Twice again he was corralled with the remuda for fresh horses the riders was needing, and the little horse was slow beginning to get used to the sounds of the ropes and the sightings of the strange cowboys. Clint was to see him at the last corralling of the day, and when the night hawk took the ponies out for the night, Smoky nipped Pecos in the flanks. He felt playful. Outside of the time he spent in the rope corral, the little horse was enjoying the following of the roundup mighty well. There was always so many horses around, and all with the bellowing of the big herds, and the dust that was kept up sure tallied up with the beat of his heart. He hadn't figured on what to expect, being one of the remuda that way. And being that he couldn't make out all that went on, he didn't know just what could be expected, and that's why maybe he wasn't worried much. Going to make a very big circle this morning, Jeff? It was the morning of the third day that Clint asked the foreman that question, and when Jeff answered, he understood what was on Clint's mind. He grinned at the cowboy as he spoke. "You go ahead and ride your Smoky horse, Clint. I'll put you in the inside circle so as it won't be too hard on him." And that's how come, when it was Smoky's turn to be rode, that the easiest was handed him. The horse spotted Clint coming towards him. A rope was in his hands, but no loop was dragging, and he met the cowboy halfways. Of the many ponies that makes up a remuda, there's seldom any that can be walked up to. Even the gentlest has to be roped. They're broke that way, and it all saves time, for a cowboy can stand off 30 feet, rope his horse, and start leading him out from there. It saves him many steps, and when there's so many riders and horses, them steps and the time it'd take to make 'em sure would accumulate. Then again, there's so many wild ponies that would have to be roped anyway. So making the whole thing simpler, every horse is caught with a loop. No good roper ever whirls a loop in catching horses, and the only sound that's heard is when the rope splits from the ground to the pony's head. Once in a while, and even with real cow outfits that's well run, there's exceptions in roping every horse that way. Smoky was the one exception on the Rocking R, and every cowboy was good-natured jealous at the way that mouse-colored son of a gun of a horse would stick his head out every time Clint came around, and then left his hiding place from amongst the other horses to meet him. Smoky knowed that something was up as soon as Clint came near him, but whatever it was, he was anxious to be at it. Him and that cowboy would get along. The little horse humped up as he felt the cinch, and Clint grinned as he remarked, "Going to make this old broke-down cowboy ride this morning, huh?" And Smoky did. He bogged his head soon as Clint was well set, and bucked and bellered all over the flat like he was a man-eating outlaw. It was the right thing for a live horse to do them cold fall mornings, and Clint was enjoying fanning the dust off Smoky's round rump, the same as that pony enjoyed the idea that he sure was giving somebody a tossing. "Better save some of that," says Clint as he finally pulled Smoky's head up, "'cause you might need all the energy you got before you get back." About 12 miles or so from camp, a knoll was reached. From there Jeff scattered his riders to circle and comb the country on the way back. Clint and another rider was the last to be let go, and on the inside brought with 'em all the cattle they found. Halfways back to camp, Smoky began to notice big dusts on both sides of him. Them dusts kept a-getting closer and closer, till pretty soon he began to see that it was more cattle making them dusts. Herds kept a-being drove in with the bunch Clint and the other rider had rounded up, and by the time camp was reached, all the dusts had throwed in and made one. 20 or more riders and over 1,000 head of cattle was turned to the cutting grounds and held there a-milling. Smoky was tired. He'd been breathing dust and turning bleary-eyed critters till it seemed like there'd be no end. Besides, it felt awful hot on his back where the saddle was. And even though Clint often got off, uncinched the saddle, and raised it so the cool air could circulate through, it wasn't long when his back, not used to long saddling, would feel as hot as ever again. It was a great relief to the little horse when the saddle was pulled off as they reached camp and the rope corral. Clint then led him to the creek and washed the dry sweat off his back with the cool water. And as that was done, Smoky right away forgot the work of that first circle. He felt a lot at ease with everything in general as Clint turned him loose in the corral. And a while later, when fresh horses was caught and ropes began sailing again, Smoky wasn't for hunting a hole like the times before. He felt that he'd done his. Pecos was snared while standing a few feet from him, and then the ponies was turned loose. But there Smoky lagged behind a little. He spotted Clint, who was saddling another horse, and he stood in his tracks, watching and maybe wondering. Then the wrangler came, and Smoky followed the remuda up the draw. Plenty of grass under and all around him, and chance to stand still was for the first time appreciated by the mouse-colored gelding. He'd had a taste of real work, the first taste, and with it had come the feeling that he wasn't no half-broke bronc no more. He was even beginning to look at the critter with a knowing eye, and something was sprouting up in him which left no doubt that he was the boy that could handle her. He never figured on how much there was to learn in the ways of handling that split-hoofed range animal. He'd had no way to know as yet, and as it was, he grazed, feeling sure that he knowed a lot about 'em. He felt equal to the old saddle-marked cow-horses that was in the same remuda, and he wouldn't have nothing to do with the raw broncs that was mixed in. But there that high opinion of himself was stopped, for the old cow-horses wouldn't let him associate with 'em, and as they'd chased him away, he failed to notice that they felt the same about him as he did about the uneducated raw broncs. But then credit had to be handed to the little horse on account that even though he still had a powerful lot to learn, he sure was all for learning. And the pride he'd naturally took in the game along with the coaching of such a cowboy as Clint all promised that he'd sure get there. Smoky watched every herd that came in, followed the wagon on its everyday move, and was even getting used to them ropes that sung over his head 3 or 4 times a day. Of course Clint was always on hand at each corralling to kind of help him get used to all the commotion, and came a time when the little horse knowed exactly where and which side of the corral that cowboy would be. His saddle was always on the ground a few feet on the outside, and every horse he caught to ride would always be led or snaked to that same spot. And Smoky got so that whenever he was corralled, he'd make a rush for that one spot where he could easy reach Clint's shirt whenever the attention of that cowboy was needed. Each rider on the outfit was furnished on average of 10 horses. There was anyway 3 changes of horses every day, which made it that every horse was rode from 4 to 6 hours every 3rd day, and that's how Smoky's turn came. Clint rode him out on circle 3 times, and till the little horse got pretty well onto the hazing of the critter, and then that pony was of a sudden promoted to the day herd class. Of course, Smoky was somewhat of a privileged character, or he wouldn't have made that so soon. But the way he took holt of the bit and went to work, he sure didn't disappoint Clint any. The promotion started when that cowboy thought of trying him out one day as a big herd was brought in to work. He'd changed his tired circle horse to Smoky, and after that pony had his buck out, he lined him out to a standstill close to the milling critters. It was Clint's and Smoky's job to see that none broke away outside of what was cut out to be held for the main herd. A dozen other riders was on the same job, and most all riding well-reined cow horses, and as Smoky noticed the kind of company he was keeping, a ticklish feeling came between his ears and a spark showed in his eyes. He was about at the height of his glory and hardly able to stay on earth, when quick as the eye could see, a big raw-boned steer broke out and wild-eyed dodged past the riders and high-tailed it out for open country. In the trance Smoky was in, he hardly seen anything of the critter but a flash. But as the earth had no strings on him either just then, it only took a feel of the rein for him to be up and a-flying. That flash that went past him a second before was recognized as an earthly critter soon as Smoky set eyes on her, and soon as he got the hunch that that critter needed turning, The distance between was et up, the same as though that horse had been starving for such. There was a mighty satisfied smile on Clint's face as the steer was shot back in the herd the same way he'd come out. And as for Smoky, there sure was nothing about him that suggested the end of the trail. He was brought to a mighty proud standstill by the herd again, and no critter broke out that he wasn't right on the tail of from the start, unless it was in some other rider's territory. Working the herds that was drove to the cutting grounds and holding the day herd was from then on Smoky's work. He liked working the herds best on account there was more to do. But then day herding wasn't so bad either. Clint always seen that his rope was kept well stretched, and soon as he knowed the foreman was gone on circle with the other riders, he could easy find some critter he had a grudge against and pile his rope onto, and Smoky sure enjoyed turning 'em over. All the boys, excepting the reps from other outfits, had 1/2 a day of day herding every 3 days. Smoky's time to be rode came on the dot of that time, but Clint didn't always take him out on that, and often he'd switch so that the little horse would get plenty of work cutting out or bringing big calves and slicks to the branding fire. And that pony was sure beginning to shine there. Once in a while, though, Clint would get sort of selfish and want Smoky's company on that long 1/2 a day's herding. And it was during them spells that the two got to be more understanding, if that's possible, to one another. Neither was so rushed for work then, and there was times when the big herd of beef steers and cows and weaners would want to graze and not try to drift away or scatter. At them times Clint would rein Smoky up a knoll, and where both could see the whole of the herd, he'd get out of his saddle and stretch out in the shade Smoky made and take it easy. And there, with one eye on the cowboy, the other on the herd, and swishing flies, Smoky would stand. Chapter 9 of Smoky the Cowhorse, Fights for Rights. The fine, cool, and sunshiny days of fall was making a last stand. Rains began to come, and as time was a-crawling towards early winter, them rains got colder and then turned to a wet snow. Mud was where dust had been. The hard twist throw ropes had turned stiff as steel cables. Saddles and saddle blankets was wet, heavy, and cold, and the shivering ponies met the feel of them with a hump and a buck. The cowboys, all a-packing long yellow slickers, was beginning to tally up on how much wages would be due 'em. As the end of the fall roundup drawed near, and as they waded through slush and mud from the chuck wagon to the rope corral, not many was caring. Wet socks, damp beds, 2 hours of shivering on night guard, saddling ornery ponies in daytime, and when a feller can't even get a footing, and then riding 'em a-wondering if them ponies will stand up as they beller and buck on the slick and muddy ground, all left a hankering only for a warm dugout somewheres, where there's a stove, a bunk to set on, and a few magazines to read, as Mother Nature does her best to make the outside miserable. The last of the beef herd had been turned over to another wagon of the rocking R and shipped. And Jeff's main herd was from then on made up of cows with big weaner calves and all stock that'd need feeding through the winter. "A couple of weeks more now, and we'll be seeing the gates of the home ranch," says Jeff one day. But it was a long 3 weeks before the stock was tended to and when camp was made for the last time. The wet snow had got flaky and dry by then, and 6 inches of it was covering the ground. "Now hold on a minute, Smoky, and give a feller a chance, won't you?" It was Clint a-talking, and trying to hold Smoky down till he got his foot in the stirrup. The cowboy, being all bundled up, couldn't handle himself as he'd like to. The little horse was cold. Crusted snow had to be rubbed off his back before the saddle could be put on, and he was aching to put his head down and go to bucking so he could warm up. Clint was only halfways in the saddle when that pony lit into it. But the cowboy didn't mind that. His blood was also a long ways from the boiling point, and any excuse to get circulating good was welcome. Around and around him and Smoky went, and all in one spot. All the fancy twists of a bucking pony was gone over, and the rider met him all the way. And as Clint rode and fanned and laughed, he'd get fast glimpses of other riders and other horses a-tearing up the white landscape and getting down to earth underneath. It was the last day of the roundup. All the work was done. The cook climbed on his seat, grabbed the lines the boys handed him, and letting out a war whoop, scared his already spooky team into a long lope towards the home ranch. The sight of the big gates was a mighty fine one to all as the outfit clattered in, especially with the sky a-threatening the way it was. The old cow horses had their ears pointed towards the big pole corrals. They knowed what the sight of them meant at that time of the year, and none tried to break away as the wrangler run 'em in. They was turned out in a big pasture that night, and the next day a couple of riders came, bunched 'em up, and took 'em through another gate leading out of the ranch. Clint had took it unto hisself to be one of them riders. He wanted to get another look at Smoky before letting him go to the winter range and find out for sure just what condition that range would be in. The outskirts of it was reached that noon, and as Clint rode along back of the remuda, he was more than satisfied to notice the tall feed that the 6 inches of snow couldn't hide. He noticed the breaks and the shelter they would give, then the thick growth of willows along the creek bottom, and which meant more shelter. Clint stopped his horse, and the 200 ponies was left to scatter. His eyes run over the well-known backs for a last time. He wouldn't be seeing them again till spring roundup started, and he watched 'em slowly graze away. Many was in that bunch that he'd broke and named, and starting from the meanest fighting bronc of the rough string, and taking all the ponies on up to the best cow horse of the 4-man string, there wasn't one that Clint didn't know, and know mighty well as to tricks and good or bad points. A big old sorrel with a kinked neck and by the name of Boarhound caught his eye, and Clint remembered how that pony tried to commit suicide rather than be rode, and how he'd now changed to wanting to commit murder instead and kill a few cowboys. Then a smile spread over his face as he spotted a tall Roman-nosed growler who'd never made a jump till a rope got under his tail. He'd took a sudden liking to bucking from then on and made hisself a reputation at that, which scattered over 4 counties. Every horse Clint looked at brought to memory some kind of a story, and there was a variety of expressions which changed with every horse that came under his eye. A big shaggy black looked his way and snorted, and with the sight of him Clint remembered how that horse had reached ahead one time and kicked to pieces a cowboy that had been unsaddling him. His expression was mighty solemn at the thought of that, but it didn't last long. Like a ray of sunshine, something shot out and scattered that dark cloud of memories 4 ways. Smoky had showed himself from behind other horses, and not over 50 feet from where Clint was sitting on his horse. The cowboy's face lit up with a smile at the sight of the pony, and getting down off his saddle, he made tracks his way. But he didn't have to go all the way, for soon as Smoky spotted him, he left Pecos, his running partner, behind, and nickering came to meet Clint. "A feller would think to see you act that you're a sure enough sugar eater," Clint remarked as the little horse came up to him and stopped. He rubbed a hand on the pony's head and went on. "Well, anyway, Smoky, I'm glad to see that you've got a mighty fine winter range to run on. With all the feed I see here, and the shelter that's with it, you hadn't ought to lose an ounce of fat." Clint felt for the pony's ribs, and grinning, resumed. And if you ever get any fatter than you are now, you'll be plumb worthless." Smoky followed Clint as he turned and went to where he'd left his horse. "I wonder," says the cowboy, "if you've got the hunch that you won't be seeing me no more till next spring. That's a long time, ain't it? But never mind, old horse. I'm the first cowboy you're going to see when spring does break up." Clint was about to get on his horse and ride away, but he stopped and felt of Smoky's hide once more. "Well, so long, Smoky. Take care of yourself, and don't let anything drag you down." Smoky watched him ride away, and nickered once as the cowboy went over the point of a ridge and disappeared. He watched a long time even after that, and till he was sure Clint was gone, and finally turning, went to grazing back till he was by the side of Pecos again. The winter came and hit the range with the average amount of snow, freeze-ups, and cold winds. The coyotes howled the hunger they felt, for there was no weak stock to speak of for them to feed off of, and outside the small varmints they could get once in a while, pickings was mighty poor. Horses and cattle was and stayed in fine shape, and the stockman could hit his bed after the long day's ride, knowing that he could go to sleep right off and not lay awake a-wondering what he could do to pull his stock through. Smoky met all what the weather had to hand him, with a good layer of fat, a thick skin, and a long coat of hair. He lost a few ounces, but he could have spared many pounds and felt as good. Feed was a-plenty, and the little pawing that had to be done to reach it was like so much exercise and only kept his blood in good circulating order. The winter months wore on. The ponies drifted from ridge to ridge, from shelter to shelter, and nothing much came to disturb the quiet of the land. Nothing much, excepting then a big, shaggy black tried to throw in with Pecos, the same black that had kicked the cowboy over the Great Divide. But his interfering and butting in was welcome, though, in a way. Smoky and Pecos had so much good energy going to waste that they'd been just aching for some excuse to use some of it for some good. It came about that the big black had took a liking to Pecos, and at the same time a dislike for Smoky. Pecos was neutral for a while and wondered what the black was up to when he tried to chase Smoky away from him. Smoky wouldn't chase worth a nickel, but he was getting skinned up considerable a-trying to hold his ground. Things went on that way for a day or so, and every once in a while the black made a dive for Smoky like he was going to tear him to pieces. His intentions was good, but Smoky sure was no invalid. When the snow settled again where he'd held his ground, the little horse hadn't give away 1 inch. But the black was twice as old as Smoky, more up to the game of fighting, and heavier by 100 pounds. All that began to tell on the mouse-colored hide, and there might have come a time when Smoky would have had to hightail it. Only, as the scraps was repeated off and on, Pecos began to notice and realize that the black was taking too much territory, and he didn't like him nohow. So that's how come that when the black put down his ears and made another grand tearing rush for Smoky, that something struck him from the offside and upset him and his plans of attack all to pieces. He found himself jerked off his feet and rolled plumb over the top of Smoky, and he lit head first on the other side. When he picked himself up out of the snow, his spirits was dampened some in wonder, and more so when he shook his head and was able to see and notice that there was 2 mighty vicious-looking ponies awaiting for him to come again. He shook his head once more at that, and as Smoky and Pecos bowed their necks and came his way, the black turned tail and started a-looking for other company and which would appreciate him more. But whether it was orneriness or just plain thick-headedness, the black tried to butt in again the next day. Maybe he just wasn't convinced. Anyway, Pecos noticed him first, and before the black could even get to Smoky, war was started right there. But Pecos was no match for the black, and even though he wasn't for quitting, the worst of the battle was on his side. It was about when the crusted snow was flying the thickest that Smoky, who'd been off a ways, noticed the commotion. He seen his partner down on his knees, and the black a-chewing away on him, and right about then the standing Smoky was transformed into a 1,100-pound bombshell. The explosion came as he connected with the black, and then black fur began to fly and soar up above. Somehow or other, the black managed to gather enough of his scattered senses to know what had happened. Them senses told him to act, and act quick, and he did. He tore himself away from the pressing, tearing mixture of flying hoofs and sharp teeth, and split the breeze, making far-apart tracks to where horseflesh wasn't so thick. The next day he was seen with boarhound, the kinked-necked sorrel, the Roman-nosed gruller, and a few more ornery ponies of the rough string, a company bunch more fitting to his kind. The days was getting longer and warmer. The snow began packing and melting some, and pretty soon bare patches of ground showed in plain sight. Smoky and Pecos's hides began a-itching, and the two was often busy a-scratching one another, and starting from the neck, went to the withers along the backbone to rump and back again. Big bunches of long winter hair began a-slipping and falling to the ground as they scratched, and came a time when, as they rolled, more of that hair was left, till finally patches of short, slick, satin-like hair began to show. Then green and tender grass began to loom up and plentiful, and that finished the work of ridding the ponies' hides of all the long hair that was left. Creeks was swelling from the waters of the fast-melting snows. Spring had come, and the sunshine and warm winds that came with it was doing its work. The roundup cook was once again scrubbing on the chuck box that was on the end of the long wagon, and the cowboys, one by one, began a-drifting in from parts near and far, anxious to be starting on the spring works again. Some came from different cow camps of the Rocking R range. A few of the riders that had been let go when the work was done the fall before never showed up, but others rode in, and after a few words with Jeff, took the places of them that was missing. Clint had wintered at one of the outfit's camps and drawed his wages regular, and when the range land began to get bare of snow, and the watching out for weak stock was no more necessary, he put his bed on one horse, his saddle on another, and headed for the home ranch. He was one of the first riders to reach that place, and when the horse roundup started, he was one of the first to have his horse saddled, topped off, and lined out to sashay in all of the ponies that could be found on the horse range. Smoky had been feeding on the sunny side of a butte, and for no reason other than to be looking around, he raised his head. Only his ears and eyes showed as he looked over the top of that butte. But that was enough for him to see a rider coming his direction, and see him before the rider ever had a hunch any horses was around anywheres near. Smoky snorted and hightailed it down the side of the butte to where Pecos and a few other ponies had also been feeding, and the way he acted left no doubt in their minds but what they should be on the move. They all was at full speed the minute he landed amongst 'em, and when the rider topped the butte where they'd been a few minutes before, they had the lead on him by near a mile. But the ponies wasn't wanting to get away near as much as might have been thought. It was only that Smoky had got spooked up at the sudden sight of the rider, and him and all the others feeling good as they did wasn't needing much excuse. The cowboy fogged down on 'em and a little to one side so as to turn 'em. They turned easy enough, even though the rider was a long ways behind, and making a big circle, that rider finally had 'em headed towards the big corrals of the home ranch. A big grin spread over the cowboy's features as the sun shined on the slick back of the mouse-colored horse at the lead of the bunch. And even though there was a half a mile between him and that horse, that cowboy knew doggone well that it was him, for the sun never reflected on no other horse's hide as well as it did on Smoky's. And besides, there was no mistaking the good-feeling action of that pony's. "Told you I'd be the first to see you when spring broke up," says the cowboy as he held his horse down to a lope. The 25-mile run from the time Smoky had been spotted kind of filled the bill far as running was concerned, and when the long wings of the pole corrals at the home ranch was reached, the rider was right on the ponies' tails and on the job of keeping 'em going straight ahead into the corral. Then the big gate closed in on 'em. "Guess you don't know me no more," says Clint to Smoky as he stood a foot in the corral and watched the pony tear around. Then to himself, "Maybe he don't know it's me that's watching him." Clint was right. The long winter months of freedom without seeing one human had kind of let him get back to his natural wild instinct, and the first sight of Clint had been of just a human, and it had spooked him up till he'd have to calm down some before he'd come to know just who that human was. The cowboy spoke to him as Smoky, wild-eyed, snorted and hunted for a hole, but Clint kept a-speaking, and as the pony tore around and heard the voice, something gradually came to him that seemed far away and near forgot. He stopped a couple of times to look at the cowboy, and each time his getting away was less rushing, till, as the voice kept a-being heard, things got clearer and clearer in that pony's brain. Smoky had stopped once more, and neck bowed, ears straight ahead, and eyes a-sparkling, faced across the corral to where the cowboy, still standing, was talking to him. "Doggone your little hide," says Clint. "Are we going to have to get acquainted all over again? Come on over here and let me run my hand over that knowledge bump of yours, and maybe I can get your think tank to functioning right again." Smoky didn't come, but he held his ground and listened to the talk. Clint talked on and watched him till the horse lost some of his wild look, and then slow and easy started walking his way. Something and away in the past seemed to hold Smoky as the cowboy slowly came nearer and nearer. His instinct was all for him a-leaving the spot he was holding, but that something which stuck in his memory was the stronger and sort of kept him there. Clint came on a few steps at a time, and then stopped, and talking the while took his time till he was within a few feet of Smoky. A little flaw of any kind right then in that human's actions could have spoiled things easy and sent the pony a-ski-daddling away from there in a hurry. But Clint knowed horses, and specially Smoky, too well to do anything of the kind. He knowed just what was going on between that pony's ears, and how to agree with all that mixed in there. Finally, Clint got to where by reaching out he could near have touched Smoky. Slow and easy the cowboy raised a hand and held it to within a few inches of the pony's nose. Smoky looked at it and snorted, but pretty soon he stretched his neck and mighty careful took a sniff of the human paw. He snorted again and jerked his head away from it, but it wasn't long when he took another sniff, then another and another, and each time the snort growed less to be heard, till at last Smoky even allowed that paw to touch his nostrils. The fingers rubbed there easy for a spell, and gradually went on a-rubbing along his nose, along up to between his eyes, and pretty soon between his ears to that knowledge bump. 5 minutes afterwards, Smoky was following the grinning cowboy all around the corral. The roundup wagons, all cleaned and loaded, was ready to pull out. The remuda was all accounted for, and each string pointed out to each rider. And Jeff, giving the whole outfit another look over, waved a hand. The pilot reined his horse into a bucking start. All took up his lead, and through the big gates of the home ranch, wagons, riders, remuda, and all lined out. The spring roundup had started. Smoky broke the record for learning that year, And when the fall roundup was over and the saddle was pulled off him for the last time before being turned out on the winter range, there was 2 little white spots of white hair showed on each side of his withers, and about the size of $1. Saddle marks they was, and like medals for the good work he'd done. There was a knowing spark in his eye for the critters, too, for the little horse had got to savvy the cow near as well as the old cow horses that had been in the same remuda that year. There was only one thing that could have been held against the good record of that pony, and that was his bucking. He just had to have his little buck out every morning, and sometimes he bucked harder than other times. That all depended on how cold the weather was. But Clint didn't seem to mind at all. If anything, he tried to preserve that bucking streak in the pony, and he was often heard to remark, "A horse ain't worth much unless that shows up some." But Clint had other reasons for keeping the buck in Smoky's backbone. Old Tom Jarvis, superintendent and part owner of the Rocking R, had joined the wagon for a few days that summer and wanted to see his cowboys work his cattle for a spell. Him being an old cowman and from away back before cattle wore short horns, made all the working of a herd all the more interesting and to be criticized one way or the other. He was present steady on the cutting grounds, and so was Smoky one day. Clint felt the eyes of old Tom on Smoky the minute he rode him to the edge of the herd, and an uneasy feeling crawled up his backbone as he noticed that old grizzly seemed to have lost his eyesight for anything else but his Smoky horse. Clint knowed old Tom's failing for a good horse, and he'd heard of how many times that same failing had come near putting the cowman in jail for appropriating some horse he couldn't buy. Of course, them times was past, but the failing was still in the old man's chest, and Smoky belonged to him. The cowboy had started Smoky to cutting out, a work where all the good points of a cow horse have a chance to show up, and Smoky sure wasn't hiding any. Old Tom's eyes was near popping out of his head as he watched the mouse-colored gelding work, and finally, as Clint noticed all the interest, he figured it a good idea to get out of the herd and hide Smoky somewheres before the old cowman came to him and suggested swapping horses. The cowboy was afraid he'd already showed too much of that horse, and as he come out of the herd he made a circle and took his stand away on the opposite side from where old Tom was holding. But old Tom was controlling owner of that outfit, and he could be any place he wanted to on that range any time. A steer broke out. Old Tom took after him, circling him around the herd, and when he put him back in and brought his horse to a standstill, there was only a short distance between him and the horse he'd had his eye on. Clint was scared, and he cussed a little. He tried to keep Smoky down whenever a critter broke out that needed turning, and even tried to let a couple of 'em get away, but he couldn't do it without making it too plain to see, and besides, Smoky had ideas of his own about handling them critters. The cowboy was worried all the rest of the day, and lost some sleep that night a-wondering how he was going to dodge old Tom. He knowed the old cowman would be around with some proposition to swap him out of Smoky, and that was one of the last things the cowboy would do. There wasn't a horse in the outfit or anywheres else he'd trade Smoky for. It's took for granted on any real cow outfit that whenever a horse is swapped or borrowed out of a cowboy's string and handed to somebody else, that cowboy is requested to quit or be fired. In other words, it's an insult that makes any real cowboy want to scrap and then ask for his wages. Clint was a valuable man to the outfit, but with old Tom, one cowboy more or less didn't matter. That is, if that cowboy stood between him and a horse he wanted. He walked up to Clint the next day, and not hesitating any, he says, "I'm going to try that mouse-colored horse you was riding yesterday." And thinking it'd please Clint to hear, he went on, And if I like him, I'll trade you my brown horse Chico for him. He's the best horse I got at the home ranch." But all that only made Clint get red in the face, and fire showed in his eyes as he spoke. "Huh, you can't ride Smoky." "Why in Sam Hill can't I?" asks old Tom, also getting red in the face. "'Cause you can't," answers Clint. "Why, you couldn't even put a saddle on him." Clint was for quitting the outfit right there and hit for some other country, but the thought of leaving Smoky behind kind of put him to figuring another way out. If he could get old Tom sort of peeved and let him handle Smoky while he was feeling that way, most likely that pony would do the rest. "I'll show you whether I can saddle that horse or not," says old Tom, frothing at the mouth. "Why, I've handled and rode broncs that you couldn't get in the same corral with, and before you even was born." "Yep," says Clint, grinning sarcastic. "That was too long ago, and you're too doggoned old now for that kind of a horse." Old Tom glared at Clint for a second, and not finding no ready comeback, done the next best thing and got busy. He went to his saddle, jerked his rope off it, and spitting fire, shook out a loop that could be heard a whistling plumb to the other side of the corral. Smoky was surprised into a dozen cat fits as that same wicked loop settled over his head and drawed tight and sudden around his neck. He bellered and bucked through the remuda, a dragging old Tom with him. The old cowman made a motion, and two grinning cowboys went and helped him. Clint stood on the outside and watched the performance. He rolled cigarette after cigarette and tore 'em up fast as they was made. Not a one was lit. He seen Smoky brought to a choking standstill, and that cowboy felt like committing murder as he noticed the fear in that pony's eyes as he faced the strangers. But there Clint noticed something else, and which he gradually recognized as fight. There was more fight than fear, and at the sight of that the cowboy took hope. "Since when does a cowboy get help to rope and saddle his horse?" he hollered as old Tom was sizing up Smoky. "Pretty soon you'll be wanting one of us to top him off for you." It worked just right, and old Tom's answer was only a jerk on the rope that held Smoky. The old cowman knowed better than to handle a horse that way, and as a rule was always easy with him. But he was mad clear through, and rather than shoot a cowboy, he was taking it out on the horse. And Smoky by that time was catching up with the spirit of all that went on. He was like a raw bronc that had never seen a human or a saddle, and when he was finally brought up alongside the saddle, there was all about him to show he wasn't safe for anybody coming near. But old Tom, even though it was a long time ago, had handled many mean horses. He knowed he was past handling 'em anymore, but this time was different, and he'd do his best to carry it through. The two riders that had been helping him was waved away. He'd show Clint and the rest of the young fellers that he could still do it. He then spread a loop and caught both of Smoky's threatening front feet. Smoky knowed better than to fight a rope, and he stood still, knowing he'd soon have another chance. Rawhide hobbles was fastened on his front legs, a bridle put on his head, and then the saddle was reached for and put on his back and cinched to stay. "Better say your prayers before you climb up," says Clint, still prodding old Tom, at the same time hoping that he would stop before he went too far. But there was no stopping him. He pulled up his chap belt, set his hat down tight, and still mad enough to bite a nail in two, loosened the hobbles, grabbed a short holt on the reins, and climbed on. Smoky looked back at the stranger that was setting on him, and soon as a touch of the rein on his neck told him that all was set, things started a-happening from there. He bowed his head, made 2 jumps, and was just getting a good start when he felt the saddle was empty. He made a few more jumps just for good measure and then stopped. Clint was grinning from ear to ear as he walked up to Smoky and put his hand on his neck. "Good work, old boy," he says, and then turning to old Tom, who was picking himself up, "Want to try him again?" "You bet your doggone life I do," says that old cowboy. "All right," answers Clint, getting peeved some more. "Go ahead and break your fool neck. There's plenty of buffalo wallows around here we can bury you in." Old Tom walked over and jerked the reins out of Clint's hands and started to get in the saddle again. But he didn't even get well in it that time. Smoky bowed his head and went out from under him, leaving old Tom come down on the other side. It was as the old man was about to try Smoky once more when Jeff Nix interfered and told his boss how he'd rather not have him try that horse any more. "That horse bucks every time he's rode," says Jeff. Old Tom knowed he'd come to the end of his string, but that didn't ease his feelings any, and he was looking for some way of letting some of them feelings out before they choked him. When he spots Clint a-standing to one side and by Smoky, "You're fired!" he hollered, pointing a finger at him. "I'll get somebody to take the buck out of that horse, and the sooner you're off this range, the better I'll like it." Clint just grinned at old Tom, which made him all the madder, and about then Jeff spoke. "I'm doing the hiring and firing on this outfit, Tom, and as long as I'm working for you, I'll keep on doing it." Old Tom turned on him like a wildcat. "Fine," he hollered. "You can go too." The old cowman had went as far as he could, and as he walked away to catch himself another saddle horse, he had a hunch that he'd also went further than he should. That hunch got stronger as he went on saddling, and as he gave the latigo a last yank, it all developed into plain common sense that he'd sure enough went too far. But old Tom wasn't for giving in, not right then anyway. He got on his horse and, riding close enough so Jeff could hear, says, "You and Clint can come to the ranch, and I'll have your time ready for you." And then to another rider, "You handle the outfit till I send out another foreman." A lot of orneriness was scattered to the winds as old Tom covered the long 50 miles back to the ranch. And as he opened the big gate leading in, a brand new feeling had come over him. He was for catching a fresh horse the next morning early and hightail it back to the wagon to sort of smooth things over best as he could. He unsaddled and turned his horse loose, and was mighty surprised as he came up to the big ranch house to find both Jeff and Clint already there and waiting for him. Not a hint of the good resolutions he'd made showed as he walked up to him, and after some kind of a howdy, old Tom heard Jeff say, "All the boys sent word in by me that as long as you're making out my check, you'd just as well make theirs out too. I'm sorry for that," went on Jeff, "and I tried to talk 'em out of it, but it's no use. They're all for quitting if I go." The old cowman never said a word as he led Jeff and Clint in the big house. He walked to a big table in the center of the living room, and there he turned on his two riders. A smile was on his face, and he says, "Doggone it, Jeff, I'm glad to hear that." Then old Tom, still pleasant but serious, went on, "For no man does his best work unless he's doing it with somebody he likes and has confidence in." "Yes," he repeated, "I'm glad to hear that. But the question is now, you're fired and freed to go, ain't you?" he asks. "Yes," says Jeff, "soon as I get paid off." "Well, how's chances of hiring you over again? I can't afford to let a foreman like you go, Jeff." Jeff seemed to figure a while, and then looked at Clint, and old Tom, guessing what was on his foreman's mind, went on, "And of course, being that I have no say in the hiring and firing of your riders, Clint wasn't fired at all, and he can keep on riding for you." Finally, hands was shook all around, and as Jeff and Clint started back for the wagon the next morning, old Tom was on hand to see 'em go. "And don't worry about that doggone mouse-colored horse of yours, Clint," he says as him and Jeff rode away. "I'll never want him." The riders reached the big gate leading out of the ranch, and there Jeff remarked as he got off his horse to open it, "I guess old Tom didn't have to say that he was orry." And Clint more than agreed. Chapter 10 of Smoky the Cowhorse. Amongst the Missing. The remuda was in the big corrals of the home ranch once more, and after a few winter horses was cut out, the rest was hazed towards the winter range and let go. 4 long winter months went by. Then one day the roundup cook began to get busy cleaning the chuck box. Meadow larks was a-tuning up on the high corral posts, and along with the bare patches of ground that could be seen, no better signs was needed that spring had come. Clint was again the first to spot Smoky that spring, and noticed the amount of tallow that pony was packing. He was in fine shape for whatever work that'd be his to do that summer, and soon as him and the cowboy got through with their first howdies, they both went to work like they'd never had before. Smoky took up to where he'd left off the fall before and kept on accumulating science in ways of handling the critter till that critter would just roll up an eye at the sight of the mouse-colored pony and never argue as to where he wanted to put her. She'd just go there. Spring work went on. Middle summer came, and sometime after, the fall roundup was in full swing again. Thousands of cattle was handled, cut out, and culled. Big herds of fat steers was trailed into the shipping point and loaded in the cars. And when the weaning was done and the old stock was all brought in close to the cow camps, Jeff headed his wagon towards the home ranch once more. The work was over, the remuda was turned out, and the riders that was kept on the payroll saddled their winter horses and scattered out for the outfit's different camps. Winter came on and set in. Then spring bloomed out green once again, and with it the cowboys spread out on the range once more. Season after season followed one another without a ruffle that way. The same territory was covered at the same time of the year, the wagon rolled in at the same grounds, the rope corral stretched at the same spot, old riders disappeared and new ones took their place, like with the ponies. The old cow horses was pensioned, replaced by younger ones, and the work went on, season after season, year after year. The same outfit rambled out of the home ranch and combed the range like as if no changes was taking place. Jeff, the cow boss, the roundup cook, Clint, and a couple more riders was all that was left of the old hands as the wagon pulled out one spring. The others had cravings for new countries and went and throwed their sugons on some other outfit's wagons. 5 years had went by since that day when Clint, riding Smoky, had joined the wagon. 5 summers was put in when every time Smoky was saddled and rode, Clint was the cowboy that done it. Not another hand had touched Smoky's hide in all that time, excepting when old Tom had tried to appropriate the horse for his own string. And since that day, there hadn't been any excuse for Clint to worry about anybody taking Smoky away from him. There wasn't a cowboy in the outfit who didn't more than want the horse, and if Clint ever failed to show up when the spring works started, there'd most likely been some argument as to who should get him. But he'd always been the first to ride in at the home ranch at them times, and none had the chance to lay claim on the horse. In them long summers, and as Smoky was rode off and on, the little horse had got to know Clint as well as that cowboy knowed hisself. He knowed just when Clint was a little under the weather and not feeling good. At them times, he'd go kinda easy with his bucking as the cowboy topped him off. The feel of Clint's hand was plain reading to him, and he could tell by a light touch of it whether it meant "go get her," "easy now," "good work," and so on. The tone of his voice was also mighty easy to understand. He could tell a lot of things by it, especially when he was being got after for doing something he shouldn't have done. His eyes was wide open at them times, his neck bowed, and he'd snort sorta low. But when Clint would tell him what a fine horse he was, Smoky was somehow different. He'd just take it all in the same as he would warm sunshine on a cold fall day, and near close his eyes for the peace he was feeling at the sound of the cowboy's voice. The way Smoky could understand the man who rode him through and around the big herds had a lot to do in making him the cow horse he'd turned out to be. His strong liking for the rider had made him take interest and for learning all about whatever he rode out to do. There'd come a time when Smoky knowed the second Clint had a critter spotted to be cut out, and the pony's instinct near told him which one it was, till nary a feel of the rein was needed, and the dodging critter was stepped on and headed for the cut. The same with roping, and where Smoky could do near everything but throw the rope that cut the critter. There he shined as he did anywhere else under the saddle. He'd keep one ear back, watch out and follow the loop leave Clint's hand, and sail out to settle around a steer's horns. And the slack was no more than pulled when the pony would turn and go the other way. He knowed how to lay the critter, and none of the big ones ever got up, not while Smoky was at one end of the rope. One of the many happenings that all went to show of Smoky's knowing how to handling the critter, there's one Clint and the boys like to tell of. It was only an average of the others that happened, but there was something about that one which made the telling easier as to the wonders of that horse. It was the detail that counted there. There was a big steer in the herd with a crooked horn that had curved and threatened to grow some more and right through his eye. Clint and Jeff spotted the steer at the same time, and while one of the boys went to the wagon to get a saw to cut the horn off with, both Clint and Jeff took their ropes down and proceeded to catch the critter. The steer was wild, big and husky, and wise, and soon as he seen the two riders coming through the herd headed his way, he broke out of it and tail up in the air began to leave the flat. About then is when Smoky appeared on the scene. That little horse ate up the distance between him and that steer in no time and soon carried Clint to within reach. On account of the crooked horn, Clint had to rope the steer around the neck, and that he did neat and quick. Everything went on as it should. Smoky run on past the steer, and Clint throwed the slack of his rope over that same steer's rump, and in another second that critter would have been laying with toes up to the sky and ready to tie. The unexpected happened about that time, and when the rope tightened, the steer didn't lay at all. Instead, there was a sound of something ripping. Clint went up in the air about 3 feet, turned a somerset, and hit the ground. The saddle stood up on end on Smoky's back, and only the flank cinch was holding it there. The stub latigo of the front cinch had been ripped right through by the tongue of the cinch buckle like it had been paper. Every rider around the herd seen the thing happen, and had already figured how it wouldn't take long for Smoky to get himself out from under the remains of that saddle. For near every horse would go to bucking and raising the dust when being pinched around the flanks that way, and Smoky had seemed so inclined to want to buck that it was thought he'd never overlook that chance. The boys was already grinning at such a good promise of seeing a little excitement, but the grins soon faded to looks of wonder, for Smoky, instead of trying to get shed of the saddle, showed he was using his brain to the best way of keeping it there. He was a cow horse and working, and it was no time for foolishness. So, when the rigging reared up on his hind quarters that way, he reared up with it, and turned while in the air. When his front feet touched the ground again, the saddle was where it belonged, and he was facing the steer. When that story was told to the country around, there was many hard-to-be-convinced riders who laughed and shook their heads and remarked how it was pure luck that the pony acted that way. But if they'd knowed Smoky, If they'd seen how he juggled that saddle and worked to keep his holt on the steer, there'd been a different tune. The steer had stayed up and with his 1,000 pounds of wild weight had fought at the rope and hit the end mighty hard. Then Smoky done another thing, and which kept the boys a-staring and doing nothing. The steer was making another wild dash for open country, and Smoky, instead of holding his ground and waiting for the steer to hit the end of the rope, broke out in a sudden run and right after the critter. When the speed of both of 'em was up good and high, Smoky of a sudden planted himself till his hocks touched the ground, and when Mr. Steer hit the end of the rope that time, it was just as though that rope had been fastened to a 4-foot stump. His head was jerked under him, he turned in the air, and when he came down he laid. "There was only one thing that horse didn't do," Jeff had remarked afterwards. "He didn't give the rope a flip before he sat down on it." Smoky had kept the rope tight, and Clint tied the steer down to stay till the crooked horn was sawed off. When that was done, Clint put up a hand and spoke, and Smoky gave slack so the rope could be pulled off the steer's head. Big herds of Mexico longhorned steers had been bought by the Rocking R and shipped up into that northern country. They got fat on that range and wilder than ever, and there's where Smoky showed he had something else besides the knowing how. Them longhorned critters are too fast for the average cowhorse to catch up with in a short distance, but not with Smoky. He had the speed to go with what he knowed, and Clint would have time to whirl his rope only a few times when the little horse would climb up on the long-legged steer and pack the cowboy to within roping distance. Many a cowboy had remarked that it was worth the price of a good show to watch Smoky work, whether it was around, in, or out of a herd, and many a rider had let a cow sneak past him just so he could see how neat that pony could out-dodge a critter. And when after the last meal of the day, and the cowboy stretched out to rest some, talk, or sing, none ever had any argument to put up, and no betting was ever done against whatever Clint said Smoky could do or had done. They all knowed and admired the horse, and came a time as these cowboys came and went that Smoky began to be talked about in the cow camps of other cow outfits. One whole northern state got to hear of him, and one cowboy wasn't at all surprised when heading south one fall and close to the Mexican border to hear another cowboy talk of Smoky of the Rocking R. The owner of a neighbor outfit sent word by one of his reps, riders representing other outfits, one day that he'd give $100 for that horse. Smoky had been broke only 2 years then. Old Tom laughed at the offer, and Clint got peeved. The next year, that offer was raised by the same party to $200, and old Tom laughed again. But Clint didn't know whether to get mad or scared this time. Anyway, things went on as usual for a couple of years more, and then a big outfit from across the state line sent in an offer of a cool $400 for the mouse-colored cowhorse. Good saddle horses could be bought by the carload for $50 a head about that time, but there was never no price set on a good cowhorse, and as a rule, that kind can't be bought unless an outfit is selling out. The biggest price that was ever heard offered in that country for any cowhorse had never went over $200, and when rumors spread around that $400 had been offered for Smoky, many figured that whoever offered it had a lot of money to spend. But them who figured that way had never seen Smoky work. Old Tom came up to Clint that fall after the wagon had pulled in and showed him the letter offering the $400. Clint had heard about the offer, and he just stargazed at the letter, not reading. Instead, he was doing some tall wondering at what old Tom was going to do about it. He was still stargazing and sort of waiting for the blow to fall when he felt the old cowman's hand on his shoulder, and then heard him say, "Well, Clint, I'll tell you." Then old Tom waited a while, maybe just to sort of aggravate the cowboy, but finally he went on, If my cattle was starving and I needed the money to buy feed to pull 'em through with, I might sacrifice Smoky for 400. But as things are now, there's no money can buy that horse." The cowboy smiled, took a long breath, and grabbed the paw the old man was holding for him to shake. "But I'm hoping," resumed old Tom, "that some day soon you'll get a hankering to drift to some other country and quit this outfit, so I can get Smoky for myself. I'd fired you long ago, only I'd have to fire Jeff too, and somehow I'd rather get along without the horse till one of you highbinders quit." Clint had kept a smiling all the while the old man was speaking. Then he gave his hand another shake and walked away. He knowed old Tom had said that last just to hear how his voice sounded. As usual, Smoky was turned out on the range along with the remuda for that winter. Clint had helped haze him to the breaks as he'd always done, and noticed as he stopped and let the ponies graze and scatter that the feed was mighty short and scarcer than he'd ever seen it. The whole summer had been mighty dry and the range short on grass, but this little scope of country that was the saddle horse range had always been good, and the ponies had always wintered there better than if they'd been in a warm stable and fed grain. Clint thought some of taking Smoky back with him and keeping him up for a winter horse, but then he'd have to turn him out when spring works came on, and the cowboy didn't want to think of going out on spring roundup without his top horse. "No," he decided, "I'm going to let you run out this winter, but I'll be out to see how you're making it, and don't lose too much tallow. You're getting to be too valuable a horse to take any chances of losing," he says to him as he scratched him back of the ear. "But," he went on, "you're not half as valuable to the outfit as you are to me, old pony, even though old Tom won't consider no price on you." Clint was on his way back and had no more than got sight of the buildings of the ranch when old White Winter hit him from behind and made him clap his gloved hands over his ears. "Holy smoke!" he whistled through his chattering teeth. "She's sure starting ferocious." And she had. The first initiating blizzard of the season was more than just a snowstorm with a wind. It was a full-grown blizzard drifting over the country, covering up the feed with packed snow and freezing things up. It kept up for 2 days and nights, and as it cleared up, the thermometer went down. The next day Clint was busy bringing in old stock closer to the ranch and where they could be watched. And as another blizzard hit the country again a few days later, that cowboy was kept on the jump, bringing under the sheds and next to the haystacks all the stock he'd hunted up. Clint was in the saddle all day every day, and sometimes away into the night. A month went by, and in that time 2 feet of snow had accumulated on the range. More was threatening to come, and all the cowboys that was kept on the Rocking R payroll more than had their hands full. The ranch hands would roll up their eyes at every bunch of stock the riders brought in to be fed, for as they figured, they already had all they could handle, and if this kept up, old Tom would have to hire more hay shovelers and buy more hay. Clint had worried some about Smoky and figured to hunt him up sometime. But as on account of the deep snow he couldn't get his horse out of a walk, he never could make it. Besides, there was always a bunch of cattle somewheres on the way, and amongst 'em there'd be a few that needed bringing in. But with all them drawbacks, Clint finally reached Smoky's range late one day. The gray sky was getting darker, and night was coming on as the cowboy topped a ridge and spotted a bunch of ponies. Amongst the bunch was a long-haired, shaggy-looking, and lean, mouse-colored horse, and Clint could hardly believe his eyes or keep from choking as he rode closer and recognized his Smoky horse. The cowboy was for catching the horse right there and bringing him into the ranch. He wondered if Smoky could travel that far, but as the horse raised his head out of the hole in the snow where he'd been pawing for feed and spotted the rider coming towards him, Clint was surprised to see so much strength and action. Smoky hadn't recognized the cowboy, and before he took a second look, he'd hightailed it from there in a hurry. Clint watched him and smiled as he seen that the horse wasn't in near as bad a shape as he'd first thought. "But I'm going to take you in just the same, you little son of a gun, for God knows what you'll be like in a few weeks from now if this weather keeps up." He started on the trail Smoky and the other ponies had left, and it was good and dark by then. But the trail in the deep snow was easy enough to follow. He wondered, as he rode, if he could get Smoky to stand long enough so as the horse would recognize him under all the disguise of his winter clothes. For at night especially, he looked more like a bear than anything. Then again, horses are spookier and harder to get near at that time. Clint had his doubts if he could catch him, and he figured he'd most likely have to take the whole bunch along in order to get him to the ranch. He was riding along on the trail and trying to get sight of the ponies when to his left just a little ways and out of the snow came a faint beller. It sounded like a critter in trouble, and Clint stopped his horse. The beller came again, and he rode towards the sound. All curled up, shivering, and near covered with snow, a little bitty calf was found. Couldn't be over 2 days old, figured the cowboy, and he wondered how the poor little cuss could still be alive. "Where's your mammy, Johnny?" says Clint as he got off his horse and came near the calf. But the words was no more out of his mouth when a dark shadow appeared and, bellowing, tried to get the cowboy with her horns before he could get on his horse. In making his getaway, Clint noticed tracks of more cattle, and following 'em a ways, came across another cow with another calf. Only this second calf was older and more able to navigate. "These 2 wall-eyed heifers must have been missed during last fall's roundup," Clint figured, "and just as luck would have it, they both have winter calves. Well, Smoky," he says as he looked the direction the ponies had went, "I guess that leaves you out this time." It was near noon the next day when Clint showed up at the ranch packing a little calf on the front of his saddle. He found Jeff by the big sheds where the cattle was sheltered and fed, and told him, "I had to leave this little feller's mammy out about 10 miles. There's another cow and a young calf with her, and maybe you better send a man out after 'em before this storm that's coming catches up with 'em. Me, I'm going to eat the whole hind leg off a beef and roll in between my Suguns." The storm Clint had spoke of came sure enough, and seemed like to want to clean the earth of all that drawed a breath. The snow piled up and up till, as the cowboy remarked, "The fence posts around the ranch are only sticking up about an inch and soon won't be visible no more." That storm would have meant the death of all the cattle that was on the range, and most of the horses too. But as the tail of it came, a high wind sprung up, the snow drifted and piled high in the coulees, and at the same time took the depth of it down considerable wherever that wind hit. When it all finally quit raging, there was many patches where the grass was buried only by a few inches, and them patches the wind had cleared was what saved the lives of the range stock that winter. Clint had worried about Smoky as the stormy weather came on. He'd tried time and time again to get to him, but always some helpless critter made him branch off and finally turn back. "Tomorrow," Clint kept a-saying, but the tomorrows came and went, and the cowboy, always a-fretting, hadn't got near Smoky's range. The great liking Clint had for the mouse-colored horse made him fret and worry more than was necessary. That liking made him imagine a lot that was nowheres near true, and many a time that cowboy rolled in his bunk, tired and wore out, and dreamed of seeing Smoky caught in a snowbank, weak, starving, and wolves drawing near. Smoky had sure enough lost considerable fat, and his strength was reduced some too, but he was nowheres near weak. That is, not so weak that he couldn't get up easy once he laid down, or be able to travel and rustle for his feed. The last big storm had took him down some more, but he was still able to plow through the snowbanks that had gathered on the sides of the ridges, and get on the other side where the feed was easier reached. If it didn't snow too much more, there was no danger for Smoky and the bunch he was with. Him and Pecos had got to know the range so well, they knowed where the best of shelter could be found when the winds was cold or the blizzard howled. And then again, they knowed of many ridges and where the snow was always the thinnest. They had a spot to fit in with or against whatever the weather had to hand out, and whether the next on the program was to be sunshine or more snow, they was still well able to enjoy or compete with either. Weeks had passed since Smoky had raised his head out of the hollow in the snow and spotted the rider, who'd been Clint, coming on to him. And then one day here comes another rider. Smoky had been the first to spot that other rider, and as was natural, him and the rest of the bunch made tracks away from there and till the rider couldn't be seen no more. A mile or so on, the bunch went to pawing snow and grazing again. Night was coming on, a wind was raising, and pretty soon light flakes of snow began to come. Then, when the night was well on, and as the wind got stronger and the snow heavier, the rider showed up again, right in the middle of the bunch this time, and before Smoky or any of the others could see him. The ponies scattered like a bunch of quail at the sight of him and so close. But they soon got together again, and on a high lope went along with the storm. The rider followed on after 'em, and as mile after mile of snow-covered country was left behind, the ponies realized there was no dodging him. Heavy drifts was lunged into and hit on a high run as they tried to leave him behind. And then, as they'd cross creek bottoms a mile or so wide, and where the snow was from 2 to 3 feet deep, the run began to tell on 'em. They finally slowed down to a trot, and as the rider wasn't pressing 'em any, there came a time when going at a walk seemed plenty fast. They was getting tired. The night wore on with 'em a-traveling that way. The heavy wind pushed 'em on, and their long hair was matted with snow. But tired and hard as the deep snow was to buck through, it all seemed better to drift on that way than stand still in such as the storm had turned out to be. They drifted on, not minding the rider much no more. Then, after a while, it began to get light. Slow and gradual, the new day come, and the rider, finding a thick patch of willows, let the ponies drift in the shelter. He tried to look on the back trail as he let him drift, and he grinned as the thick, stinging snow blurred his view. "That old blizzard will sure do the work of covering up my trail," he remarked as he looked for a sheltered spot amongst the willows. He soon found the sheltered spot, and where the wind was more heard than felt, and getting off his tired horse, began tamping himself a place where he could move around a little and not have the snow up to his waist. He tied his horse up where he'd be within easy reach, and soon had a fire started out of dead willow twigs. Rice and jerky was cooked in a small lard bucket and ate out of the same. When that was gone, a few handfuls of snow was melted in the same bucket, and coffee was made. Then a cigarette was rolled, a few puffs drawed out of it, and the man, curled up by the fire, was soon asleep. All of him, from the toe of his gunny-sack-covered boots to the dark face which showed under the wore-out black hat, pointed out as the man being a half-breed of Mexican and other blood that's darker. And noticing the cheap, wore-out saddle, the ragged saddle blanket on a horse that should have had some chance to feed instead of being tied up, showed that he was a half-breed from the bad side, not caring and with no pride. He slept, feeling sure that no rider would be on his trail in this kind of weather, for the trail he'd made was wiped out and covered over near as soon as he made it. And as for the horses he'd stole, he knowed they wouldn't be facing this storm and trying to go back. They'd be more for staying in shelter instead, and try to find something to eat. 17 head of rocking R saddle stock, counting Smoky, was half a mile or so further down the creek bottom from where the half-breed was sleeping. They hugged the thick willows for the shelter they'd give, and feed off the small green branches, the ryegrass, and everything they could reach which they could chew on. Smoky and Pecos, side by side, rustled on through the deep snow, sometimes ahead and sometimes behind the other horses, all a-nosing around or pawing for whatever little feed could be found. But many cattle had been there ahead of 'em, and when the darkness came on, they showed near as drawed as they'd been that morning. The snow had let up some during the day, but as night drawed near, the wind got stronger. The snow was drifting, and there'd be another night of travel when no trail would be left to show. The breed woke up, looked around and grinned, then got up and shook himself. The fire was started again, another bait was cooked and consumed, and after all was gathered, he mounted his horse and went to looking for the ponies he'd left to graze down the creek bottom. He run onto 'em a couple of miles further and where he'd figured they'd be, and as dark settled over the snow-covered range, he fell in behind 'em and started 'em on the way. An hour or so of traveling, and then Smoky, who was in the lead, found himself between the wings of a corral that was made of willows and well hid. The breed had built it for his purpose, and signs showed that it had been used many a time before. Long willow poles made the gate, and after he run the ponies in and put up the poles, he went after his rope on his saddle. Many a brand had been changed in that corral, and on both horse and cow. Other times he'd used it just to change horses, and that's what he wanted just now, a fresh horse. He wasn't changing for the sake of the tired horse he'd been riding. It was just that he didn't want to take chances of having a tired horse under him in case somebody jumped him. His loop was made, and through the dark he was trying to see just what horse to put his rope on. The white background helped him considerable in making out the shapes of the ponies, and there was one shape he was looking out for before he let his loop sail, the shape of a mouse-colored, blazed-faced horse which he'd noticed and watched all along. Pretty soon, and the furthest away from him, he got a glimpse of Smoky's head. He recognized the white streak on his forehead, and his rope sailed. Smoky snorted and ducked. The rope just grazed his ears and went on to settle over another horse's head. In the dark, the breed couldn't follow his rope, and he didn't know but what he'd caught Smoky till he pulled on the rope and brought the horse to him. He cussed considerable as he seen he'd caught another horse than the one he wanted. But as he noticed that this horse was good size and strong-looking, he let it go at that and didn't take time to make another try for Smoky. "I'll get you next time, you," he says as he looked Smoky's way and saddled the horse he'd caught. Letting the poles down, the breed mounted the fresh horse, let the ponies out, and turned 'em out of the creek bottom onto a long bench. The strong winds had blowed most all the snow off there, and excepting for a few low places where it had piled deep, traveling was made easy. He kept the ponies on a trot most of the night, and sometimes, where the snow wasn't too deep, he'd crowd 'em into a lope. Steady, the gait was kept up, and finally, after the breed seen that the ponies was too tired and weak to travel much more, he began to look for a place where he could hide 'em and where they could rustle feed during the day that was soon to come. On the other end of the ridge he was following, he knowed of a place, and taking down his rope, he snapped it at the tired ponies and kept 'em on the move till that place was reached. There another stop was made. The storm had dwindled down and wore out till nothing was left but the high wind. It kept the snow drifting, which would keep on covering tracks and make traveling easier. But the breed didn't need the storm to help him no more, for, as he figured, the country ahead and where he was headed was all open. He expected no riders would be found on the way at that time of the year. And as he'd been on that route many a time before with stolen stock, he knowed just how far it was between each good hiding and stopping place, both for himself and the stock. There was corrals on the way, some built by him and others built by more of his kind. Sometimes he would change the iron on the ponies he'd just stole, but as the hair was too long for anybody to be able to read the brand that was on them, that could wait a while till he got further away and could travel in daytime more. He was pleased with everything in general, and as he left the ponies and started hunting a shelter for himself, he grinned, satisfied as he melted snow for his coffee and figured on the prices the ponies would bring. He knowed good horses, and even though they was in poor shape now, he knowed what they'd turn out to be after a month's time on green grass. And then there was Smoky, that mouse-colored horse. He'd heard how $400 had been offered for that pony, and allowed that some other cowman to the south would be glad to give at least half that price for him, once it was showed what a cow horse he really was. A few hundred miles to the south was the breed's hangout, a place in a low country and where the snow hardly stayed. Once there, he could take it easy, let the ponies fatten up, and after the brand was well blotched, so nobody would recognize the original, he'd sell 'em one at a time for a good price or ship 'em out to some horse dealer. In the meantime, he had nothing to worry about. The storm had took his trail off the face of the earth. There was a good 70 miles between him and where he'd started with the horses, and near 100 miles to the Rocking R home ranch. Chapter 11 of Smoky the Cowhorse, The Feel of a Strange Hand. A long month had passed since Clint had rode out to get Smoky and came back with a calf instead. Every day since, that cowboy had been for going after Smoky again, but the deep snow and storms had more than kept him breaking trails for snowbound cattle that was weak and needed bringing in. He couldn't find no time and hadn't been able to frame no excuse so as he could hit out for Smoky's range. Then one morning he got up with a hunch. He tried to keep it down, but every morning it got stronger till finally Clint just had to saddle up the best horse he had and hit out for where Smoky had been wintering. The last big storm had let up a few days before, and many fresh tracks covered the horse range. Clint trailed and trailed. He found and went through many bunches of ponies, but no Smoky. Even the bunch that pony was running with when last seen had seemed to evaporate into thin air, and there Clint wondered. He wondered if somebody'd stole him and the bunch. But he put that off, figuring that no horse thief would steal horses packing as well-known a brand as the Rocking R, unless he was a doggone fool or a doggone good one. Anyway, as worried as Clint was, he felt some relieved in not finding the bunch Smoky had been with. For if he'd found them and no Smoky, that'd be proof enough that the pony had went and died somewheres. The other ponies he'd seen that day still looked good and strong, and that was proof enough that Smoky must be the same. Most likely him and his bunch just drifted with that last storm and went back to their home range, Clint thought as he headed his horse back for the ranch. But the hunch that was still with him didn't seem to agree with that thought none at all. 2 weeks later found the cowboy on the horse range once more and making a bigger circle. But Smoky and his bunch still kept being amongst the missing. He told old Tom about it as he got back to the ranch that night, but the old man didn't seem worried. He waved a hand as Clint said how he'd finally got to believe that the whole bunch had been stole. "Don't worry," he says. "We'll find him and all the rest during horse roundup." Finally, spring broke up. The deep drifts started melting, and the creeks began to raise. Then, after a while, and when the hospital stuff, the old cattle which had been kept and fed under the sheds through the winter, had been turned out on the range a couple of weeks, riders began stringing out towards the horse range and gathering the remuda. Clint lined out by himself and hit for the country where Smoky had been raised. He reached the camp where he'd started breaking him, and from there he rode every morning with a fresh horse and running down every bunch of stock horses, hoping to get sight of the mouse-colored gelding. He rode for a week and seen every horse that was on that range, strays and all. And finally, after he'd combed the whole country where Smoky had run as a colt, he rode back to the ranch, feeling disappointed, but hoping that the other riders had found him. The remuda was in the big corrals when he got there. All of it, excepting for the 17 head which couldn't be found nowheres. Smoky was one of the 17. There was a few more days riding, and then of a sudden old Tom decided Clint had been right. The horses was sure enough stolen. His big car hit only the high spots as the old man headed for town. Jack Rabbit's was passed by and left behind the same as if they'd been tied, and when he hit the main street he was doing 70. He put on his brakes and passed the sheriff's office by half a block, but he left his car there and hoofed on a high run all the way back. That official was notified of the theft, and notified to notify other officials of the state and other states around, and old Tom stuck close to see that that was done, and mighty quick. $1,000 reward was offered for the thief, and the same reward for the return of the horses, naming one mouse-colored saddle horse as special. The spring roundup went by, summer, and then the fall roundup and the close of the season's work. Nothing of Smoky, nor any of the ponies he'd run with, or the horse thief was heard of. It seemed like one and all had left the earth for good, and if what all old Tom often wished on the thief could have come through, that hombre would have sure found himself in a mighty hot place. Clint rode on for the rocking R through that summer and fall, and always as he rode, he kept an eye on the country around and hoping that sometimes he'd run across his one horse, Smoky. He didn't want to think that the horse had been stolen, and he kept a-saying to himself as he rode, "He's just straight away somewheres." There wasn't a draw, coulee, or creek bottom passed by without the whole of it was looked into, and never before was the rocking R country looked into so well. Every rider, on down to the wrangler, kept his eyes peeled for the mouse-colored horse, and even though cattle is what the wagons was out for, there was more eyes out for Smoky, and cattle was only brought in as second best. It wasn't till fall roundup was near over that Clint began losing all hope of ever seeing Smoky again in that country. And as them hopes left him, there came a hankering for him to move. Maybe it was just to be moving and riding on some other range for a change, but back of it all, and if Clint had stopped to figure some, he'd found that his hankering to move wasn't only for seeing new territory. There was a faint hope away deep that some day, somewheres, he'd find Smoky. For that pony had got tangled up in the cowboy's heartstrings a heap more than that cowboy wanted to let on, even to himself. He couldn't get away from how he missed him. He'd thought of him when on day herd, and how the horse had seemed to understand every word he'd said. On cutting grounds, he'd kept a-comparing whatever horse he'd be riding with Smoky, and find that pony, no matter how good he was, a mighty poor excuse of a cow horse alongside of the mouse-colored pony that was missing. But all them good points of Smoky's was nothing as compared to the rest of what that horse really had been as a horse. And there's where Smoky had got under Clint's hide, as a horse, 1 in 1,000. The last of the wagons had trailed into the home ranch, and the next day the remuda was hazed out to the winter range. Clint wasn't along that fall to see the ponies turned loose. Instead, he was in the big bunkhouse at the home ranch and busy stuffing his saddle into a gunny sack. A railroad map was spread on the floor, and which the cowboy had been studying. Jeff opened the door of the bunkhouse and took in at a glance what all Clint was up to. He noticed the railroad map laying by his foot and smiled. "I figured you would," he says, "now that Smoky is not with the outfit no more." The first of winter had come and hit the high mountains of the southern country. Big dark clouds had drifted in, drenched the ranges down to bedrock with a cold rain, and hung on for days. Then the rain had gradually turned to a wet snow, kept a-falling steady and without a break, till it seemed like the country itself was shivering under the spell. Finally, and after many long days, the dark clouds began to get lighter and lighter and started lifting and drifting on. Then one evening the sun got a chance to peek through and smile at the country again. It went down a-smiling that way, and after it disappeared over the blue ridge, a new moon took its place for a spell, and like as to promise that the sun would smile again the next day. And it did. It came up bright and real fitting to that Arizona country. The air was clear as spring water in a granite pool, and as still. The whole world seemed dozing and just contented to take on all the warmth and life the sun was giving. A mountain lion was stretched out on a boulder, warm and comfortable, where the day before he'd been in his den all curled up and shivering. Then a few deer come out of their shelter, hair on end and still wet through. But as they reached the sunny side of the mountain, it wasn't long when it dried again and laid smooth. Further down the mountain and more on the foothills, a little chipmunk stuck his head out of his winter quarters and blinked at the sun. He blinked at it for quite a spell, like not believing, and pretty soon came out to make sure. He stood up, rolled in the warm dirt, and in more ways than one made up for the long days he'd holed away. Other chipmunks came out, and then he went visiting. More seeds was gathered as he went from bush to bush, and even though he already had a mighty big supply already stored away, he worked on as though he was afraid of running short long before spring come. He was at his busiest and tearing a pine cone apart for the nuts he'd find inside, when he hears something a-tearing through the brush and coming his way. Away he went and hightailed it towards his hole, and he'd no more got there when he gets a glimpse of what looked like a mountain of a horse a-running for all he was worth. A long rope was dragging from his neck. The chipmunk went down as far in his hole as he could, stood still and listened a minute, and then, storing away the nuts he'd gathered, stuck his head out once more. He chirped considerable as he looked around to see if any more out of the ordinary or dangerous looking was in sight. And he'd just got time to blink at the scenery a couple of times when he gets a glimpse of another horse. This one was packing a man, and at the same speed went right on the trail the other had left. The chipmunk never wondered what this running was all about. He just chirped and ducked out of sight. But it wasn't long when he stuck his head out again and gradually showed all of himself. He stood up on a rock close to his hole and looked around from there. He could see two objects out towards the flat, moving fast, and seeming like one trying to catch up with the other. He watched 'em till a raise finally took 'em out of sight. Then he watched some more, and in other directions, and seeing nothing that'd need watching, he went to visiting again and to gathering more nuts. Out on the flat and on the other side of the raise the two objects went on. How glad that one object in the lead would have been to have changed places with the chipmunk and, like him, been able to crawl down a hole and hide for a spell. For hours and hours through the night he'd been trailed. His hoofs had sunk deep into the mud every step he'd took. But across foothills and 'dobe flats he went on, always the human close behind. Twice that human had disappeared and he'd took hope, but soon he'd show up again and mounted on a fresh horse would chase him more. A rope had settled once around his neck. He'd fought till it broke and run on a-dragging it. He was getting tired, mighty tired, and beginning to feel with each step he took that the country was in cahoots with the man and trying to hold him back. His feet went ankle-deep in soft, rain-soaked ground, and pulling out and placing 'em ahead steady, on and on, was getting to be more and more of an effort. Once again the man disappeared, only to show up mounted on another fresh horse. The man's relay string had been well placed, and as the horse he'd been chasing was getting tired and easier right along to turn the way he wanted him, he could near see how the end of the chase was going to be. The sun was getting well up in the sky when, skirting along the foothills and going through a thick bunch of cedars, the tired horse noticed dead cedars piled up in a way that made a fence. Any other time he'd whirled at the sight and went some other way, but his vision wasn't very clear no more, nor was his brain working very good. He'd went on his nerves and kept on long after his muscles had hollered quit, and he'd got to the point where he was running because something away back in his mind kept a-telling him that he should, really not knowing why. He was past caring where he went, and even if the rider behind had stopped and quit, he'd kept on running just the same and till he'd dropped. He followed the cedar fence, hardly realizing it was there. Then from the other side of him appeared another fence. It gradually pinched in on him as he went, till finally both fences led up to a gate and into a corral hid in the thick trees. There he stopped, realizing somehow that he couldn't go no further, and legs wide apart, breathing hard, sweat a-dripping from every part of him, he stood still. The half-breed closed the pole gate and turned, looking at the horse. "Now, you ornery mouse-colored hunk of meanness, I guess I got you." But Smoky, eyes half closed and not seeing, head near touching the ground, and the rest of him trying hard to stay up, never seemed to hear. Many months had passed, and many things happened since Smoky had been hazed away from his home range on the rocking R. There'd been long nights of traveling when many miles was covered and very little feed was got on the way. Then long weary miles of travel had accumulated till near 1,000 of 'em separated him from the country where he'd been born and raised. Many strange-looking hills and flats he'd crossed as he was kept on the go with Pecos and the rest of the bunch, and when he'd come to the desert, it'd been a great relief. The deep snow had gradually been left behind by then, and the bare sagebrush flats had took the place of the snow-covered prairie. Many bunches of wild ponies had been seen on the way, and once in a while a little bunch of cattle was passed by. The country had kept a-changing. From rolling prairie it went to low hills to mountains, and on the other side more low hills and then sagebrush. The sagebrush had stayed in the landscape from then on, and only added some yuccas as the southern country was reached, then Spanish dagger, barrel cactus, and catclaw. Finally, a wide river in a deep canyon of many colors had been reached and swimmed across. A few days more travel, and then it seemed like Smoky and the bunch had got there. Anyway, there'd been no more traveling. The next day, the half-breed had corralled all the ponies, and with a running iron blotched the rocking R brand over with what looked like a wagon wheel. The original brand was disfigured complete, and then the horses was shoved up on a high knoll while the new brand healed. The knoll was a high, flat mesa with rim rocks all around and where it could be got up on only in one place. That place had then been closed with a rope and a blanket stretched over it. There was good feed up there, and enough snow and rainwater in a natural reservoir to last many days. All would have been well for Smoky, and the long trip with the bucking of snow, hard traveling, and all with the changes of the country would have been took in as it come. But along with that trip there'd growed something between that pony's ears which had got to chafe. It was a hate with poison, and all for the breed that had kept him and the others on the move. Smoky was born with a natural fear and hate of the human. He'd carried it always, excepting when Clint, that one man, was around. But hating humans had never bothered him, not till the dark face of the breed had showed itself over the skyline. With him in sight, that hate had got to grow till murder showed in his eye, and the little fear that was still with him was all that had kept him from doing damage to the dark-complected human that had trailed along behind all the way. He'd boiled over to himself, stayed in the lead, and far away from the breed as he could. The breed had throwed a rope at him one day and missed. Smoky had never been missed that way before, and from that once he'd learned that by ducking at the right time there was such a thing as dodging a rope. The next day the breed had throwed his rope at him again, and Smoky, watching, had ducked at the right time, and once more the loop had missed. The breed began cussing as he spread another loop and tried to place it around Smoky's neck. But his cussing didn't do him any good, and the loop fell short a foot from the dodging pony's head. Smoky would have enjoyed all that if he hadn't meant it so much, and what's more, the breed had got ferocious, which all made things more serious for the horse. He'd hated the sound of that breed's voice as that hombre, fighting his head and cussing for all he was worth, had coiled up his rope once more and made ready for another try. And in that third throw the breed had fooled Smoky. He'd swung his rope like as to throw it, but the loop had never left his hands. Smoky had dodged and dodged, thinking sure that the rope had come, but it never had, and finally when he'd quit dodging, it did come, and with the speed of a blue racer had circled around his neck. Smoky had fought like a trapped grizzly as the rope had drawed up, and the breed had to take a few turns around the corral post to hold him. "I'll fix you now, you!" Cussing a blue streak, the breed had broke a limb off the willows that hung over the corral, and coming towards Smoky had been for showing that horse who was boss. He'd went to work and tried to break the limb over the fighting pony's head. Orneriness had stuck up in the breed's gizzard, and anything would be done. Even killing the horse right there would have been hunky-dory so long as he could ease his feelings some. He'd pounded and pounded till the limb began to break, and as he'd noticed it give that way, he was going to keep on till it did break. But there again, luck had been against him. The rope that had held Smoky went and separated at the honda and set the horse free. The breed had raved on some more at seeing his victim getting away, and throwed the club after him as the pony staggered back against the other ponies. And then, somehow realizing that then was no time to fool with ornery horses, the breed had caught another horse. "I'll tend you some more," he hollered at Smoky, and getting on the other horse, he'd let the bunch out and started 'em on the trail. 200 miles of that trail was covered, and in the time it took to cover that distance, Smoky had fed on hate for the breed till the hate growed to a disease. Killing the breed would be all that could cure it. Every blow that human had pounded on his head that day, a couple of weeks past, had left a scar that healed on the surface, but which went to his heart instead, spread there and stayed raw. Then one day, on the edge of a big desert flat and amongst the junipers, the breed spotted a high, strong corral. A log cabin with smoke coming out of the chimney was off to one side a ways, and standing in the door was a man, the first man the breed had seen since starting out with the stolen horses. But he felt safe. 500 miles had been covered. The brands on the horses had all been picked, changed for a time by just cutting the hair, and besides, as he figured, it'd be a good place to stop a while and recuperate. And as he seen the place was a cow camp, he thought maybe he could get the cowboy to help him some with that mouse-colored horse he was still wanting to tend to and packing a grudge against. The cowboy wasn't much for the breed the minute that hombre rode up, but as company was scarce, he kinda stood him, and even agreed to help him with the horse. Smoky watched the two walk in the corral the next day, and knowed something was up. His ears laid back at the sight of the breed, and hate showed from every part of him. He was ready to fight, and if anything, he was glad of the chance. But Smoky had no chance. Too many ropes settled on him at once, and the first thing he knowed, he was flat on his side and tied down before he could use either hoof or teeth. The horse was no more down and helpless when the breed, seeing his victim within reach and where he couldn't get away, began to rid of what had been on his chest for so long. And when Smoky, even though tied down, reached over and near pulled the shirt off of him with his teeth, was when the breed figured he had an excuse to beat that horse to a pulp, even though the horse had no chance. The cowboy, not understanding the breed's tactics, for a spell stood off a ways and watched. There was all about the horse to show that he'd been right in his first dislike for the dark-faced hombre. At first he was for interfering, and shoved the club the breed was using right down his throat. Then he noticed how the pony would like to do the damaging instead. He thought of a better way and walked up. "Listen, feller," he says to the breed. "What's the use of beating a horse that way? Why don't you give him a chance and try to do it while you're setting on him?" "Maybe you think I can't do it," says that hombre, bleary-eyed and mad clear through. The scheme had worked fine. The cowboy grinned to himself as he helped the breed put the saddle on Smoky. Once he'd got a little too close to that pony's head while helping that way, and that horse come within an inch of getting his arm. The cowboy overlooked it, and to himself remarked, "The poor devil has sure got a reason to be mean, and I guess he's at the point where he figures no human is his friend anymore." The cowboy was right. Anything on two legs, whether it was the breed or any other human, had sure enough got to be Smoky's enemy, a creature to scatter into dust and put out of the way whenever a chance showed up. The saddle was cinched on, and while the breed was getting as much of the seat under him as he could, the cowboy took off the foot ropes, and soon as the last coil was pulled away, he made long steps for the highest part of the corral, and where he could watch everything to his heart's content. The cowboy had no more than reached the top pole of the corral when a sudden commotion, which sounded like a landslide, made him turn. Smoky had come up, and at last given a chance, had more than started to make use of it. It was his turn to do some pounding, and he'd done it with the saddle that was on his back and which went with every crooked and hard-hitting jump he made. The breed had rode many hard horses, and he was a good rider, but he soon found that Smoky was a harder horse to set than any he'd ever rode before. And as good a rider as he was, there was many a twist brought in that he couldn't keep track of. They kept a-coming too fast, and it wasn't long when he began to feel that setting in that saddle on such a horse was no place for him. The saddle horn and cantle was taking turns and hitting him from all sides till he didn't know which way he was setting. Pretty soon he lost both stirrups, and once as he was hanging over to one side, one of them stirrups came up and hit him between the eyes. That finished him. He hit the ground like a ton of lead. The cowboy on top of the corral had laughed and enjoyed the performance all the way through, and when the breed dug his nose in the dust of the corral, he laughed all the more. He'd never been more agreeable to see a man get busted in his life. The breed laid in a heap, never moving, and then the cowboy, finally getting serious, was for getting him out of there before the horse spotted him and reduced him into thin air. Somehow he wasn't caring to see a human get tore apart and right before his eyes that way, even if the human did deserve killing. But Smoky's interest was all for shedding the saddle right then and all that carried the breed's smell. Finally it began to slip. Higher and higher on his wethers it went, till the high point was reached, and then it started going down. When it reached the ground, the hackamore had come off with it, and before Smoky, slick and clean, straightened up again, the breed had picked himself up, and without the help of the cowboy, sneaked out of the corral. The next few minutes was used by that cowboy in telling the breed to get another horse saddled and hit the trail while the hitting was good, and helping him get his horses together, boosted him out of the camp. But the breed wasn't through with Smoky. He was going to tend to him again some other time. Months had went by before that other time come, and it had been away late in the next fall before that hombre ever put his hands on Smoky again. In that time, the other ponies, which all had seemed inclined to behave, had been sold. Smoky had been kept in the corral, treated with a club regular, and fed post hay, till, as the breed figured, he'd break the pony's spirit, or break his neck. But he was going to make him behave some way, so as he'd get the price he'd be asking for him. Then one night a high March wind had sprung up, rattled the corral gate, and finally worked it open. Smoky hadn't been long in seeing the opening, and when a few days later the breed, hunting for the horse, spotted him, the mouse-colored gelding had took up with the wild bunch, and only a glimpse of him did he get. Every once in a while that whole summer the breed had tried cutting Smoky out of the wild bunch and run him in, but that pony had been harder to get near than any of the wild ones he was with. He knowed what was on the program for him if that breed ever caught him again. The steady beatings he'd got from him had made his hate grow for the human till a striking rattlesnake looked like a friend in comparing. But the breed hadn't been for quitting. He couldn't stand to have anything get the best of him, not even an ornery pony. And as Smoky enjoyed his wild freedom them summer months, the breed had kept a studying which circle Smoky and the wild ones would take whenever they was being chased, and getting a good lay of the land he finally figured a plan. And that's how come, when he started out after Smoky again in the fall, he knowed just where to place a relay string of ponies. At the other end was a trap corral and well hid. Then the breed spotted the horse late one afternoon and fell in behind him and the other wild ones he was with. It had been a long chase. The wild ones had dropped out of the run one by one and branched to one side, but Smoky and the rest of the strongest had kept on right along the trail where the breed had stationed his fresh relay horses. Finally, and as the breed kept a coming in on 'em with fresh horses, the strongest of the mustangs kept a branching out. But Smoky had kept on straight ahead, till leg-weary and staggering, he'd found himself in the wings of the trap corral, and then inside, past being able to see the grinning half-breed who'd closed the gate on him. A few days went by when Smoky seemed in a trance. He remembered some of being led and jerked all the way back to the breed's hangout, of being saddled the next day and jerked around some more, and then rode out and with spur and quirt made to trot around. He didn't realize the breed had set on him, or he didn't seem to care. The little hay that was throwed out to him wasn't noticed, and hardly did he drink, only if by chance he happened to mope around the corral and find himself standing in the stream that was running in one side of it. There was everything about the horse to indicate that in a few more days he'd be laying down, never to get up no more. His trail seemed fast coming to an end, and the heart that was left in him had shrunk till nary a beat of it could be felt. The breed kept a-riding him out, thinking he at last and for sure had the horse right where he wanted him. "I'll make a good horse out of you, you scrub," he'd say as he beat him over the head with his quirt and at the same time cut him with the spur. Smoky had seemed to feel neither the quirt nor the spur. He didn't flinch nor even bat an eye as both would come down on him and leave the marks. There seemed to be no sign of hopes or life left in the horse, and the abuse went on till finally, and one day the breed happened to cut the horse a little deeper and in a more sensitive place. That cut had stirred the pony's shrunk-up heart, and a faint spark had showed in his eyes for a second. The next day Smoky even snorted a little as the breed walked into the corral, and he tried to buck some as he climbed into the saddle. The breed was surprised at the new show of spirit, and remarked as he took down his quirt, "I'll take that out of you." From that day on, Smoky's heart began to expand towards natural size once more. But it wasn't the same kind of heart that had once been his. That first one had died, and this one had took root from abuse, growed from rough treatment to full size, and with hankerings in it only for finding and destroying all that wasn't to his liking. And there was nothing to his liking no more. The breed he hated more than anything in the world, but Smoky, with that new heart of his, wasn't for showing them feelings much. He'd got wise in ways of how and when to do his fighting, and where it'd do most good. He'd wait for a chance. In the meantime, he'd got to eating every stem of what little hay the breed would hand him. He'd have to live to carry out them new ambitions of his. But somehow, a hint of Smoky's new ambitions must have leaked out. Anyway, the breed had a hunch that it wouldn't be well for him to come too close to that pony's teeth and hoofs. He'd often watch him through the corral poles and wonder. He'd sometimes wonder if it wouldn't be best to just place a .45 slug between that pony's ears instead of fooling with him. But the hopes of still being able to sell the horse for a good price would always keep him from drawing his gun. "A good long ride'll fix you," says the breed one morning as he drug his saddle near the corral chute, "and I've got a long one ahead for you today." Smoky was prodded into the chute with a long pole and saddled where he couldn't move. Then the breed climbed in the saddle, opened the chute gate, and started the horse out on a long run. 10 miles of country was covered which Smoky didn't see. His instinct made him dodge badger holes and jump washouts, and his eyes and ears was steady back and on the human he was packing, if he could only reach with his teeth and get him down. The breed's spurs kept a-gouging him, and along with the quirt a-pounding, Smoky was kept into a high lope. With that kind of tattoo being played on him, the pony gradually began to warm up and getting peeved. It wouldn't be long if that gait was kept up when he'd be reaching the boiling point and then get desperate. A steep bank was reached by the edge of a creek, and there Smoky sorta hesitated a second. His ears and eyes was pointed ahead for that second and looking for a place where the going down wouldn't be so sudden, when the breed, always looking for some reason to deal the horse misery, put the steel and laid the quirt to him at once. That took Smoky by surprise, and the flame that had been smoldering in his heart loomed up into an active volcano all at once. Down over the bank he went, and when he landed, he had his head between his front legs and went to bucking from there. By some miracle, the breed stuck him for half a dozen jumps. Then he made a circle in the air and landed on all fours at the foot of the bank. A shadow on the ground and right by him made the breed reach for his gun near as quick as he landed. It was the shadow of the horse, and too close. His gun was out of the holster, and he turned to use it. But he was just the splinter of a second too late, and the six-shooter was buried in the ground as Smoky, like a big cougar, pounced on him. Chapter 12 of Smoky the Cowhorse, When the Good Leaves. Big posters was tacked on the telegraph poles all around the little town of Grama. Them posters could be seen in many windows of the town stores and advertised the coming rodeo and cowboys reunion. Amongst the prizes that was wrote down on the poster was prints from photographs of bucking horses and steers, and taking most of the room in the center of it was the picture of a bucking horse which outdone all the others. It showed that horse throwing his rider in a way few riders ever get throwed. Then in big letters underneath was the words, "The Cougar challenges the world's best." The Cougar was the name of a bucking horse, the main attraction and challenger to all the good riders of the country. No line was drawed as to where them riders came from or how far, and the purse that was offered for the one who could ride that horse and scratch him was enough to make any good rider want to come a long ways and try. Many had come and tried him at other rodeos and where the Cougar had performed, and found that that pony was no ordinary bucking horse. And as all that tried him could tell, afterwards there was more than his bucking to contend with. He was mean. There was murder in his eye, and if it wasn't for the pickup men who hazed him, many a cowboy would have been pawed to pieces even before he could have hit the ground. That pony seemed to have a grudge against humans in general. His ambition was for exterminating 'em all off the face of the earth. But there was one thing which the riders noticed in him as most queer, and that was in the way he seemed to hate some humans worse than others. His hate was plainest for the face that showed dark. A story followed the horse, and which kept a being repeated as rider met rider at different rodeos and Frontier Day celebrations. It was that the horse had been found on the desert, amongst a bunch of wild horses and packing an empty saddle. There'd been dried blood sticking to the hair along his jaw, and some more on his knees. The horse had been roped and tied down, and the rider had looked for signs of wounds or cuts on his hide, but nary a scratch had been found. The horse was then advertised in the county and state papers and described as a mouse-colored, blaze-faced, stocking-legged gelding, and packing a brand that looked like a blotched wagon wheel. The advertisement was kept running for 2 weeks, and nobody showed to claim the horse. He was kept in the pasture for a few days more, and then one day one of the riders run him in the corral. The cowboy had liked the looks of the pony from the day he'd set eyes on him. He'd figured him as an ordinary horse that had been spoiled a little, and shaking out a loop, there'd been no doubt in his mind but what that could be took out of him easy enough. But he hadn't gone very far when he found that the pony would have to be throwed before a saddle could ever be put on his back. There was a look in the horse's eye which he didn't like, and that cowboy, having handled all kinds of horses, knowed mighty well what that look meant. He kept his distance, and from there worked his ropes till the horse went down to his knees and then flat to the ground. The saddle was cinched on tight, and seeing that the hackamore was on the pony's head to stay, the cowboy took his seat while the horse was down, and reaching over, took the foot ropes off. What went on in the next few minutes was past ever being described with talk, and as that cowboy felt, telling about it would be a disgrace as compared with what really happened. Something like trying to paint the Grand Canyon of Arizona on black canvas with black paint. Anyway, that cowboy had reached for the top pole of the corral and got on the other side of it before the pony had really got started to whatever he was up to, and there on the safe side he done a mental roundup, and it all came to him. He remembered the empty saddle that was on the pony's back when found that day 2 weeks past. Then the dried blood that had been on his jaw and more of it on his knees. The cowboy had remarked as through the corral poles he'd watched the man-killer. "A 1,200-pound mountain lion is what that horse is." That's where his name Cougar had come in, and no horse never lived up to a name like the mouse-colored gelding did to his. Then had come rumors of a 4th of July celebration which was going to be pulled off in some big town to the south. There was to be bronc riding and everything that went with it. A prize of $100 had been offered for the best bucking horse, and that's how come one day that the Cougar made his first appearance before a grandstand. A warning was given to the pickup man and hazers to be on hand and watch out nobody got hurt. And them few words of warning that way had proved to sound mighty right before that day was over. The Cougar had been tried out, and then $100 was handed to the rider who'd brought him in. He'd won the prize. There was no doubt in anybody's mind but what that pony was by a long ways the meanest and hardest horse to ride there, and not only there, but anywhere else and wherever hard bucking horses was rode. $50 additional was offered for the right to keep the horse for rodeo purposes. That was refused, and when the last day of the doings come, and the riders came up for the finals, another $50 was added to the first offer and accepted. A bill of sale was made out, and the Cougar from that day on was drove from stockyard to stock car and from arena to arena. In front of the crowded grandstand is where his fame as a fighting, man-hating, bucking outlaw began to spread. And from state to state, town and range folks alike was on hand, and whenever he was to be rode and handled. For watching that horse perform was alone worth more than the price that was asked for the ticket at the gate of the rodeo grounds. It wasn't long when the folks through whole of the southwestern states began to talk of the Cougar as they did of their favorite movie actor, actress, or the Prince of Wales. Tourists from Europe and from all parts of the U.S. came and went and carried stories with them about the wonders of the wickedness of that horse. Then rodeo committees began to perk up their ears and at the same time started bidding for him. The cougar's presence got to be valuable, and came a time when $500 was offered by a rival who also made a business of furnishing rodeos with strings of bucking stock. The offer wasn't considered, none at all, and the riders around had their doubts if even $1,000 would change the ownership of that horse. Every summer through, the mouse-colored outlaw was skipped along with the others more or less of his kind and unloaded at some different rodeo grounds. Every few weeks and for 3 or 4 days he was rode at. Twice or 3 times a day during the doings, some strange rider would climb him. The chute gate would fly open, and out would come a tearing, bellowing hunk of steel coils to land out a ways, and like a ton of lava from up above, jar the earth even up to the grandstand. The judges, pickup men, and others around would find themselves short about 10 pairs of eyes as all tried to catch every crooked move that pony put into his work. All breaths seemed to be held up during that time, but never no time was them breaths held up for very long, 'cause very soon there'd be a scattering of a tall cowboy who from the chute had started on top, took a lot of wicked jars while setting there and so high, and good rider as he'd have to be, soon came to conclude that it was sure no disgrace to be separated from his saddle and flung out a ways. Not on that horse. Very seldom would the rider have to walk back very far, and sometimes only a few feet was between the rider who was picking himself up and the chute where he'd rode out from so fast and furious. As an all-around outlaw and bucking horse, the cougar had no rival. There wasn't a horse in the state or any state neighboring that could compete with him in either fighting or bucking, and folks seeing or studying the horse often wondered. For anybody who knowed horses could see that that horse hadn't been born a natural outlaw like most of the rodeo's bucking horses generally are. That pony had brains, a big supply of 'em, and which showed in the way he'd go about throwing his man. He wasn't like the average bucking horse, who'd often buck back under the man that was already loosened. And instead, when the cougar felt a man lose an inch, that inch was never got back. The saddle kept a getting away from him from then on. But there was more, and which was all proof as to the amount of brains that pony carried. There was his hate for the man, and which showed the same as the hate one human would have for another, only it was more dangerous. And then again, as the cowboy who took care of him often remarked, "The way that horse packs a grudge, somebody sure must have dealt him a dirty deal some time or other. I know there's sure something on his mind besides that, too, and like he's pining for something that's gone and hopeless. At them times he acts like he wants my company the same as though he was craving for somebody, but them spells don't last long. And soon he seems to come back to earth and realizing things. That's when I'm not going within reaching distance no more. But by golly, I sure wish sometimes that horse would like me as well as he hates." The first 2 years he put in as the cougar and bad horse was the most ferocious 2 years any horse went through. It was wicked times, not only for the horse, but for all who handled and tried to ride him. There was so much poison in that pony's heart that the only way he could live was by hating and being hated. He fed on it, and the bars or poles that was between him and whoever he wanted to get at in his fits of wickedness showed signs aplenty of his hankering to murder. The destroying ability of that pony's teeth and hoofs sure was visible and convincing. He wasn't at all the same horse that had faced a cowboy some 8 years or so past. He hadn't wanted to fight then. He'd just wanted to get away and be left alone, and he'd only fought that rope that held him, and even though his suspicions and hate of the human had been natural, he hadn't seen anything about that cowboy he wanted to disfigure. He'd done a mighty neat job of bucking in the rocking R corrals, and made Clint pay attention to his riding pretty well. But his bucking then, even though it was hard, didn't compare much with the bucking of the cougar. He'd just been bucking through instinct. It was the natural thing for a brainy range horse to do, and when he bucked, it wasn't for meanness, but just to see if he couldn't get out from under that rig and man. He'd felt like it didn't belong up there in the middle of him, and he'd only wanted to make sure that it all could stick. He'd given it all a mighty good test, of course, but as compared with the way Smoky had acted with how he was now acting as the cougar, it would match well with a man playing a peaceful game of solitary and a gambler dealing for his life with some hated enemy. The cougar would have killed himself to get his man. He was past caring for his own hide and only lived to hate. But even as strong as that hate was, it was queer to see that he wasn't interested to do damage only to the men that handled or tried to ride him. Maybe that was because there was always so many around. The grandstands was full of people, and it was the same around the chutes and corrals of the rodeo grounds. Them crowds might have confused him to a standstill and sort of made him keep neutral till only one or two come near. Another thing that might have fooled a few was the way the cougar carried his ears. Most every town person has noticed how some horses in the city streets have some kind of leather muzzles to keep 'em from biting passing folks. Them horses have their ears back most of the time, and whenever somebody comes near, they have a mighty cranky look too. But as a rule, they're not as wicked as they look. It's just that they're tired of having everybody that goes by stop and try to feed 'em peanuts or apples and such, or being petted and sometimes rubbed the wrong way. Some horses' disposition can't stand it, and them few seem to get so they can't keep their ears forward and look pleasant any time. They're always laying 'em back and looking like they would do some damage. But the most they would do if they had no muzzle would be to maybe just nip a little hunk of hard twist serge or a little silk off different folks' arms. Like a feller says to me one time, it's just that they're bored. The horse out on the range, no matter how mean he might be, hardly ever puts his ears back at a human. When he does, it's only once in a coon's age, and only for a split of a second. In the next split of that second, something has happened. The cougar, being a sure enough range horse and with real mustang of the early Spanish blood to boot, carried his ears in the ways of that kind. He'd look at a man through the chute timbers and with his ears straight ahead, but in them eyes under the shadow of them ears was a fair picture of what would happen if that man ever stepped in that chute with him. It didn't need no imagination to see it either. Never did the cougar lay his ears back unless he was sure of his victim. When he did, there'd be an ambulance wagon racing through the arena, and remarks in queer low tones passed by white-faced folks up in the grandstand, which all kept accumulating and piled up in the cougar's reputation as a bad horse. A little bit of a freckled-faced hombre who'd made the grand finals was along the chute one day and up to ride the cougar. He'd come from across the border, and through the first 3 days of the rodeo had proved himself to be a Ranahan, top hand, of bronc riding as well as in steer roping. "By golly," he was heard to say as the cougar was hazed into the saddling chute, "I've come a long ways to get a setting at that pony." He felt of his taped spurs to make sure they was there to stay. "And if you watch close," he went on, grinning, "I'll give you all a few lessons on how to play a tune with a spur rowel at the tip of a pony's ears." The little vaquero, cowboy, was feeling good. He hadn't been to town for a year or more, and a chance to ride a mean horse where there was folks around was a big change to him. Barrel Cactus and Spanish Dagger had been the only witnesses to his riding ability, and riding a sidewinding pony on 'dobe flats or higher mesas wasn't so apt to bring out the best in a rider as when in a nice arena where there's a band playing and folks a-cheering. "There's a horse to my liking," he says as he took a look at the cougar. The way that pony was acting while being saddled didn't faze the rider none at all. The grin on his face kept a-spreading all the wider as he made ready to climb the chute. He'd handled many a fighting horse, and to him they all could do only one thing, and that was their worst. As a true rider of the range, he welcomed anything that'd test his skill and ability, and if the cougar had come straight up from hell, wore horns, a forked tail, and cloven hoof, he'd have grinned all the more and bet his year's earnings that he could send him back to where he came from with his tail between his legs and hollering, "Enough!" "Rider up!" hollered the hazer, but the judges was already watching, for it was the cougar coming out. The cowboy let out a war whoop and grinned as the chute gate flew open and the cougar came uncorked. He packed that grin past the judges and at the same time spurred, the earth-jarring outlaw with taped rowels from back of the ear to the back of the saddle skirts. "Yep!" he howled as the bellowing cougar left the earth once more. A cloud of dust went up which kept the judges from seeing what went on, but even if there'd been no dust, they couldn't have followed what all had happened, and had happened too fast. In the next particle of time, a twisting hunk of mouse-colored horseflesh was tearing up the arena towards the chutes and the fence along it. The cowboy was still war-whooping and fanning, but he was to one side and being snapped around like a whiplash. The cougar had found his stride, and as usual was getting his man. The pickup men rode up to grab holt of the horse's head and before the man was throwed. But they was just too late, and in another second something happened that made everybody in the grandstand turn pale and hang on to each other. For the cowboy, still a fanning, was, by a wicked jolt, loosened from his saddle and headed for the ground. The cougar reared up while the rider was still in the air, then turned and with ears back, teeth a-flashing, hoofs a-striking with lightning speed, went to carry out his heart's cravings. The man was juggled up there for a second and then came down. The horse, like the cougar he was, right after him and to finish what he'd started. It was then that Providence or something seemed to interfere, for as the rider came down and reached the earth, he was on the other side of the fence, which kept him from being totally reduced to dust. But even with the fence separating, the cougar wasn't through. There was a noise of splintering timbers as he tried to reach the cowboy, and it wasn't till 2 ropes settled around his neck and pulled him away that it was what you'd call ended. A few riders rushed up to find the cowboy setting up and shaking his head like a trying to get back amongst the living. Pretty soon he looked up at the men around him, and a sort of vacant grin spread over his features. Then he looked at his clothes, noticed his shirt was most tore off him. He wrinkled his face as he moved his body and felt kinks along his ribs and back, and looked at his handmade rawhide chaps which showed marks where hard hoofs had connected. The sight of them made him grin again, and after a while he says, "Doggone good thing I had these chaps on, or I'd be setting here and going at 'em one better." From that day on, the freckled-faced cowboy was, or tried to be, at every rodeo and near whatever chute the cougar honored by his presence. He'd run up against a horse he couldn't ride. It was hard to take, and he couldn't get it into his head how it was done. He'd never seen a horse he couldn't ride before, but there was more, and which all kept the cowboy to following the outlaw. The unnatural meanness of that pony had him guessing, and he sort of wanted to figure it out while a-setting on top. There was a horse that not only called for skill and nerve, but the thinking ability of the pony was sure worth a trying to match. Winters and springs and falls found him on the range and doing his work there. He was getting all kinds of good practice with his everyday work, and when summers come, he was always on the trail of the cougar and with new hopes that he could go back to the range and tell his major domo that he rode him slick and clean and to a standstill. For 2 summers he followed him. In that time, competing with other good riders, he'd had 3 chances at him, and each time them chances wound up with him hitting the ground and running as he hit. "That horse sure means what he does," he was heard to say to one of the riders one time, "and by golly, that's just what makes me keep after him." 3 more long summers of rodeo work went by, and the cougar kept on challenging the world's best riders. Another spring came. More rodeos was followed, and where it was advertised that the cougar will be present, the posters went on telling how in 5 years' time no rider had been able to set the horse till the gun was fired, and as the cowboys remarked, that was one truthful statement. Smoky kept on throwing men right and left that spring and on through the summer. He kept his record and back clean that way till away along towards the fall. And then one day at the start of another rodeo, a cowboy from the Wyoming country who'd come south for the winter happened to hear of the doings. A couple of days later, that bronc fighter showed himself at the rodeo headquarters, and remarking how he'd heard of the cougar, signed his name and entered on bronc riding. He qualified and went through the tryouts and semifinals like it was all so much play. The cougar was a horse kept for the finals only, and that's the pony the cowboy had been trying to reach. The others he'd had to ride had only been a means for him to get to the cougar. He'd easy won the right to ride that horse, and also the chance to win the $1,000 that was up for any rider that could. He hung around the chute and mighty close the next afternoon. Soon the time would come for him to really try his ability, and while waiting, he was using that time to seeing that the latigos and cinch had no weak spots, and would be able to stand the strain of staying around the middle of that cougar horse. Then the judges hollered out his name as the next rider out, and about that time the mouse-colored outlaw peeked through the bars of the chute at him and snorted. The rider whistled at the sight of the mean-looking head, and grinning a little, remarked, "I got a hunch that this pony is going to be totally different than any horse I ever rode, but here goes, and I got to wish myself luck." "You'll need lots of that," says one of the cowboys. The saddle was on, the cinch reached for and drawed up to stay, and then the rider climbed over the poles of the chute and took his seat on a back that had throwed the country's best riders. He pulled the rope rein up just tight enough, worked his feet ahead a little, and setting back some to sort of meet the first jolt. He took off his hat, laid all the balance he could in it, and then hollered, "We're coming out!" Coming out was right, but shot out would have been more fitting in that case. Anyway, the judges hardly seen either the horse or the man till both was out there and both a-fighting to win. There was a mighty big surprise showed on all the faces around when as the first big cloud of dust cleared, it was noticed the rider was still up there, and what's more, all indicated that he was going to stay there. The judges was setting on their horses, and pop-eyed with the miracle of the performance looked on petrified. Such a rider on such a horse was seldom seen, and they was so all took up with the goings-on, they didn't notice that the rider had rode past the limit and forgot to fire the gun marking the end of the ride. Then somebody hollered and jarred 'em out of the trance they was in. The shot was fired, and the report had no more than died down when the rider seemed to quit from there and fell off the horse. The punishment he'd took in that ride had been enough to do him for many a day to come. He'd felt like his backbone was going to be pushed through his throat from the first jump, and that feeling had kept repeating right along with each fast-coming jolt till he was near unconscious. Being the rider he was, he stuck there and tried to fight away the dizzy feeling and keep track of the horse at the same time. Then, after what seemed an hour, he heard a faint echo of the shot and realized in a way that he'd qualified for first money. He'd been the first man to ride that horse past the judges, and that was enough. He wasn't caring right then if it would be said that he didn't ride the horse to the finish. One of the riders who knowed the cougar mighty well had watched the horse come out with the same thrill that had always been his at that time. He'd seen the pony come out many a time before, and as that last performance came to an end, he leaned over to one of the boys near him and says, "Do you know, it strikes me like the cougar is beginning to fade out as a bucking horse. I don't think that pony's been keeping up his standard the last few times he's been rode, and especially this last time. If that cowboy who's just left him had straddled him last summer, I'm sure and certain he wouldn't have stuck as long as he did." "Well, I've been sort of noticing that too, and figured the horse had slowed down some," agrees the other rider. "But that's got to be expected, considering that the cougar's been in the arenas for going on 6 years now. I don't see myself how them legs of his has been able to stand the strain that long." Them remarks was true. Nothing was meant against the cowboy who'd been the first to stick him past the judges. And as them words was said, they meant just that, with no hint that they could have done the same. And what's more, other cowboys had noticed the same what these two had spoke of. The cougar was beginning to slow down, but that last would maybe give some idea of what a bucking horse the cougar really was or had been. That pony slowing down that way began to be noticed more and more every time he was rode. The little vaquero from across the border went back satisfied that fall. He'd been the second man to ride the cougar, and when the last rodeo of the year had been pulled off, the cougar had been rode twice more and to a finish. The folks in the grandstands was surprised and come to the conclusion that he wasn't so much of a bucking horse after all, but they didn't realize. Anyway, the $1,000 purse that had been offered for anyone who could ride him had dwindled down to $500, and the cougar was fast losing the reputation he'd made as a man-hating bucking horse. Even his hate for the human had seemed to die down. He'd throwed a rider one day who'd landed right in front of him. The crowd had held their breath, expecting to see that cowboy mangled to pieces right before their eyes. All that would have happened, and mighty quick a year or so before, but this time the outlaw didn't seem to notice the man. He'd bucked on right over him, and seeming like careful how he placed his hoofs as he'd went, so as to miss him. There was murmurs in the grandstand afterwards that the cougar was no outlaw at all, maybe just a pet and trained to buck, and like his man-killing reputation, which was most likely only a sort of a draw card and advertising for the rodeo. But whatever the folks in the grandstand thought, Smoky had reasons of his own for gradually getting away from being the cougar. It wasn't that his legs was getting stove up or giving away on him, so much as the way things had come to him, as year after year he met up with the strange riders that had come to try him, and even though none of 'em seemed to want a close acquaintance with him, there was nothing about them boys for the hate he was packing to feed on. Not once since that day he'd bogged his head in front of the first grandstand had a club nor even a twig ever been laid on him. For the first couple of years, Smoky had let the heart the half-bred had transplanted in him control his actions. The poison of hate in that heart had kept him from noticing or go according to the good treatment he'd been getting, and it was close to the 5th year before his ears began to perk up to the show of admiration and respect that was handed him from all around. The name of the cougar lived on for a spell, but the horse that had been packing that name was fast getting away from having the right to such. Then the next spring came, and with it rodeos began to be pulled off here and there. Good riders began following the cougar again as before, and with the hopes that sometime or other, they'd be able to pull their riggins off that pony's back and be able to say, "I rode him." But long before middle summer come, them hopes had died down in many of the boys, for the cougar wasn't the cougar no more. Them fast, crooked, and hard-hitting jumps of his, and which had jarred the thoughts and balance out of so many a good rider, had died down, and put the horse as an average with the other bucking horses. Rider after rider forked him, and sorta disappointed, had rode and fanned him easy enough, where a year or so before no fanning had been required to qualify. The cougar kept a bucking on and on every time he was saddled, and he was rode through to the finish oftener and oftener, till finally no rider was ever throwed no more, not from that pony's back. The heart of the cougar was shriveling up and leaving space for the heart that was Smoky's, and that heart, even though older and weaker, was making a mighty strong stand and steady coming back. Soon there came a time when the mouse-colored outlaw didn't have to be handled from a distance no more. No high corral was needed for protection against his teeth and hoofs, and like most of the other buckers, he could be led from the stock car to the rodeo grounds without any other ropes holding him back and away from the man that was leading him. Then one day a rider brought in a big raw-boned gray, remarking that here was an outlaw. And an outlaw he was, sure enough. From his Roman nose on up to his sunk, dead-looking eyes, and taking in his lantern jaws onto his thick neck, and along with the rest of him, all indicated the natural outlaw. But what made him as a most valuable horse for the rodeos was in how he could buck. That's all he knowed, and like all natural outlaws that way, that's all he wanted to know. Right away he was called the Gray Cougar, the same as to try and bring back the real cougar, but there was no comparing the gray outlaw with the cougar, not when the last one had meant business. To begin with, the gray horse was mean only because it was his natural instinct to be that way. He didn't have the special ambition nor the brains that the cougar had. With the gray, it was just jug-headed orneriness, and in no way could he compete with the mouse-colored man-killer. But he made a fine outlaw just the same, a second best that'd do. He managed to buck a few men off from the start, and right then is when the old cougar began sliding into the background, for it had been quite a spell since that pony had made a man ride for his money. The appearance of the gray outlaw had kind of marked the downhill start for Smoky's career as a bucking horse. And then one day the end came sure enough, and in a few minutes. As usual, the cougar was announced to the crowd, and them in the grandstand who'd often heard but never seen that wicked pony in action was naturally mighty interested as that notorious horse made his appearance in the saddling chute. Many in the crowd had seen him buck before, and some of them stopped breathing for a spell, and while the gate was opened, most anything was expected from that horse, and all of them that looked on felt sure of seeing something that had come up to their expectations, and then some. The gate opened, and out came a streak of a mouse-colored horse with a cowboy on top, and the cougar, that famous outlaw, lined out across the ground on a long lope. Anywheres and in any line, very little respect is ever showed for a has-been. If the cougar had fought and tore things up as he'd once had, all would have been hunky-dory, and the crowd would all been satisfied. But the horse had come to the end of his fighting streak. Not a jump was left in him, for the Smoky heart had growed over and smothered the heart that had been the cougar's. He was a has-been, and only willing to be the plain-behaving Smoky again. The crowd was disappointed. They felt they wasn't getting their money's worth, and there was hollers of, "Take him away and hook him up on a milk wagon," or "Sell him for a lady's saddle horse," and so on. It was queer, but only natural to notice that them loud-mouthed remarks was passed only by the most useless, and of the kind that's plumb helpless whenever away from their home grounds. Others hollered more to kind of show off, but the looks they'd get from the sensible folks around only went to prove that the show-off was of just plain ignorance. The cowboy rode the cougar till the other side of the grounds was reached. There he stopped him and climbed off, and hearing the hurrahs from the grandstand, he touched the horse on the neck and says, "Never mind, old horse, you've done yours." and I'd liked mighty well if I could have turned you loose amongst that bunch that's making all that noise up there and watch 'em scatter. But you're not fighting any more." The rodeo was on its last day. The prizes was handed out that night, and the next morning the bucking horses was loaded in the stock cars on the way for some other town where another rodeo was going to be pulled off. In them box cars there was one place where the cougar had stood while on the road. But this time, and in that same place, was a gray horse who snorted as the train began to move. The cougar had been left behind, and from the inside of the stockyards watched the train pull out of sight. Chapter 13 of Smoky the Cowhorse, a many-men horse. The cougar, being he was useless for rodeo purposes, had been sold to the livery stable man for $25. It was figured that at least $25 worth of use would be got out of him there. The horse was fat and strong-looking, could be broke to harness, and made to do his share with any of the 6- and 8-horse teams which was kept on the road across the deserts as freight teams. But one day, and before the harness ever disgraced the cougar's hide, a bunch of tourists had flocked into town to stay for a spell, and one of the crowd suggested a little horseback riding. The livery stable man was at once swamped with orders for saddle horses, and before he got through tallying up how many he could furnish, he found he was short of about 3. By scouting around, he dug up 2 more, but he was still short one, and then his eye fell on the mouse-colored horse. At first he was for overlooking that horse entirely, but as he needed one more to finish up the party, he couldn't very well afford to overlook any horse that might do. He caught the horse and saddled him, and scared but game, he got in the saddle. If that pony still had one jump left in him, it was up to that old boy to find out, and one jump from that horse would be that much too many. He'd never do for no tourist then. But the cougar never even humped up as he was rode around the stable corrals. The man's legs began to quit shaking, and as he sat there, his face gradually turned from blank white to natural color again. And then he began to grin and show pleasant surprise as he noticed how well the horse reined whichever way was wanted. "By jappers," he remarked to the stable door, "this feller is a real saddle horse." So, when the tourists, all togged up in their shiny riding habits, appeared some time later, the stableman was all ready and waiting for 'em. He sized 'em all up as to which would get along with each horse best, and being he was still dubious as to what the cougar might do, he looked 'em all over careful once more till the strongest and most able-looking young man in the bunch was spotted. The cougar's reins was handed to him, and sort of cautious, he asked, "I suppose you know how to ride well?" That young man turned on him, surprised at such a question, and answered, sarcastic, "Why, certainly." The stableman grinned as he watched him and all ride up the street. "Why, certainly," he says to himself, and grinned some more. "I hope he's just as certain on his riding when he gets back." It was evening before the party, slouching all over their horses, returned to the stable. The stableman smiled, satisfied, as he noticed that the young feller, not at all mussed up, was still riding the cougar. He'd been worried about letting that young feller have the horse, but everything was okay now, and the folks seemed to have all enjoyed their ride considerable, and so well that they wanted the horses again for the next day. "This is a very fine horse," says the young feller as he got off the cougar. There was all about him that as much as went on to say, "Why, certainly I can ride." The stableman had seen many like him and knowed exactly how well he could ride, but he was relieved in learning that the cougar had behaved so well. "And what's this horse's name?" asks the young feller. For a minute the stableman does some tall thinking. If the horse's real name was given out, the young feller would sure swell up and bust in learning that he'd rode the famous outlaw nobody else had been able to ride for so long. And even though the horse hadn't made a single jump with him, his certainly would get more conceited than ever. And then again, he maybe wouldn't want the horse anymore. So after hesitating a while, he finally came onto a new name for the horse. "Cloudy is that horse's name," he says. That name sounded sort of pleasing all around, and it fitted the color of the pony mighty well. But then, the good points for it would never loom up like the name of Smoky had in the cow country to the north. Nor would it ever be mentioned about from state to state and give thrills just as the sound like the name of the cougar had often done. But then again, that horse wasn't the same no more. He'd went from top cow horse to champion bucking horse and all-around outlaw, only to fade away in a livery stable, and there for every Tom, Dick, and Harry to ride as they pleased. Cloudy was just a livery plug. As a raw bronc, and then cow horse, Smoky had been for learning all that could be learned. As the cougar and outlaw, he'd been for killing and disfiguring every man that gave him the chance. There'd been something that called on him to do his best while on the rocking R range, and there he went to the top as a cow horse. Something else and very different had stirred his interest while in the arena of the rodeo grounds. He'd shined there as a fighting outlaw, and in a way that had made all the others seem to be out of sight. He'd had something big to work for, both on the range and in the arena. But now it seemed like, as the big livery stable doors closed on him after his first day of use there, that the end of his string had come. He'd sort of felt it in a way, soon as the last car of the bucking horses he'd been with went and disappeared over the skyline. He hadn't tried to get away, or even snorted when the stableman came in the corral where he'd been left and led him out. He'd followed the man to the big stable, and as he was kept there, he found nothing about the place nor the folks around that suggested anything worthwhile working for. He was just a horse there, a plug that could be rented by the hour or day. And even though all seemed strange and new compared to what he'd been used to, there was nothing in the goings-on which could put a spark in his eye. Maybe it was that his heart was growing old, but anyway, and after getting acquainted some with the place, the pony sort of took things as they come without snorting out his opinions. He was fast getting past caring. His main interest of life soon began to be only for the manger of hay and the little grain that was fed him when the day's work was done. One day the stableman came and curried him. That was a new experience for the horse. Never had a curry comb ever touched his hide before. Somehow he didn't mind it. And then come a time when the feel of that performance was looked forward to. It felt near as good as a good roll in the dirt. The currying, his feed of grain, a rest, and to be left alone, had got to be the remains of the mouse-colored pony's ambitions. But he had to work and earn what hay and care was handed him. He didn't mind working, but all this aimless chasing around he took out to do most every day wasn't at all to that pony's liking. He'd been broke to do something useful, and which had to be done. Afterwards, and with his bucking, there was a reason. But with these equestrians, as they was called, they didn't seem to know themselves what they wanted to do or where they wanted to go. They'd just wander around and handle him with a rein in each hand like he was a plow horse. They'd run him up and down streets where the ground was hard on his feet, and let him walk where the going was soft and level. It was no wonder that at the end of the day and the stall at the stable was looked forward to so much. Never before had that horse appreciated his night's rests as he was now doing. He'd near close his eyes for the peace he'd feel then, and eat his hay and grain slow, the same as though he was fearing that as soon as it was gone he'd have to be out again and going. There'd been a short spell through the night when he'd closed his eyes all the way, and his tired mind, like his tired body, would be at rest. And then after a while when his eyes would open again, he'd clean up what little hay he'd left the night before, and that way gather all the strength he could for the day's work that was soon to begin. Near every morning, early, a gray-haired man and sort of stout around the middle would come. A little pancake saddle with flapping iron stirrups would be put on the pony's back, and after a lot of hard work and puffing, the equestrian would finally get up and on the horse, and the early morning ride would begin. The man was heavy and set his saddle mighty awkward, but with all his weight and awkwardness, and as Cloudy got acquainted some with the man, he finally sort of took a liking for him. That one seemed to know where he wanted to go, and when he got there, even though it was no place in particular, the old feller would always get down off of him. Sometimes he'd talk to him, and Cloudy would listen. It didn't matter if he couldn't make heads or tails of what the talk was about. He just liked the sound of his voice. Them morning rides was always on the outside of town, up some canyon or lane, and Cloudy felt better at them places. Besides, he was never rushed, and if he was put into a trot or a lope, it was done proper and in a way both man and horse enjoyed. Seldom would any sweat ever show after the ride was over and the stable was reached again. But the day's work would be just beginning for Cloudy, and the stable was no more than got into sight when saddles would be changed and another person, fresh and aching for a jaunt, would get on him and start out on another ride. When he'd be brought back at noon, he'd just have time to eat his grain, when another equestrian would darken the stable door and ask for Cloudy. "I enjoy riding that horse so, don't you know?" Everybody preferred Cloudy to any horse the stableman had, and being that feller wasn't running that business for his health, he rented him out every chance he got, and fed him an extra feed of grain so the horse could stand up under the work. Sometimes that horse would be rode till away into the night, then brought in dripping with sweat and often staggering, but the next day his work went on just the same. Folks of all ages, sizes, built, and packing from none to a big amount of brains came and rode Cloudy. Once in a while he'd be handled right and like it was known that a horse has feelings and brains, but most of the time his feelings wasn't at all considered. No thought would be given that the horse might have already went a long ways, or that he might be tired. But amongst all that rode him, the boys was the worst, and fast running the old pony downhill and towards the end. The most of 'em would start the horse on a high lope, and from the time they got on him till he was brought back, that high lope, instead of being let up on, would most always wind up into a high run. Up and down the side streets they'd race him, loan him to other boys to race him some more, and each would do their best to show off how fast they could make the tired horse go. There was times as the spur, a quirt, was laid on the old horse to make him go faster, when the cougar heart which had died in him near showed signs of coming back to life again. But the pony's spirit had dwindled down as the years accumulated, and he couldn't back the way he felt. He was weary both in mind and body, and no chance was ever given him so as to let either rest. And if once in a while the heart of the cougar did make a try at coming back, it wasn't for long. The flame would only sputter and go out, and another rap with the quirt would only make him try to do his best once again, just as plain Cloudy, the livery stable plug. The boys, girls, and grown-ups kept a setting on the old horse, and not knowing, but sure and steady was riding and dragging him down to a death that'd be away ahead of the time when it should come. They'd compared well with a pack of wolves, for like that kind, none of 'em would ever wanted to come within 100 yards of the horse when he was up and a-fighting. None of 'em would ever dreamed of wanting to set on his back when he was the cougar and hankering to fight and kill. But now, and at last he was down, there was no fight in him no more, and like the pack of wolves they compared so well with, they all closed in on him. The only difference was, the wolf pack killed their victim quick, They don't leave the life drag on for days, weeks, and months, nor let the victim suffer to finally die slowly and by degrees. Then again, the wolf killed to eat and live. But there was no blame ever attached to these human wolves who was killing the horse only for the pleasure they'd get in riding him, and the fine exercise that went with it. Most of 'em meant well, only they didn't know. Cloudy, always true in whatever he done, was so willing. No jab of the spur was needed to make him go, and his willingness to do his best that way was often, if not always, mistaken, and took for granted that he was feeling good and raring to go. They didn't know the difference between a tired, wore-out horse and one that's fresh and fit to be rode. Then again, there was many who never stopped to realize. To them, a horse was just a horse, and they didn't know nothing about horses. That kind figured a horse to be like an automobile, always able to go and as fast as was wanted. And instead of stepping on the gas like is done with a car, just give the horse the whip, and that way kept him right on a-going. A winter came and scattered the bright fall days 4 ways. The coming of the long, cold winter, along with the raw winds that swept down from the divide, brought to the folks around a dread of the dreary months that was to follow. Them folks wasn't for enjoying being out much any more, and instead found a lot of comfort in being where there was a roof over their heads and a fire roaring between the 4 walls. The tourists had all left and scattered back to where they came. The town was dead, and many heads was got together a-trying to figure ways to break the monotony that had took hold of the community. For 2 weeks a cold wind had blowed down off the mountain, and once in a while would bring along light flakes of snow that kept a-skipping and never seemed to light. The weather was cussed at by some, while others kept busy bringing in wood and coal, and not any had a good word put in for Old Man Winter. Not any excepting one, and that one was only an old livery stable plug. That old plug couldn't have said anything anyway, but he done better. He felt what he couldn't say. He felt that the coming of winter that way, and the evaporating of the tourists and the others, as it came, was all that saved what little life he had left. There was saddle sores on his back, and he'd got to where there was nothing to him but a rack of bones on which a hide hung. That hide was faded from many a sweating, and in spots the hair had wore off and left it bare. His weary legs near buckled under him, and was hardly able to pack the weight he'd reduced to. And another couple of weeks more, the old pony would have been done for. He'd long ago been going on his nerve, and that had been fast wearing out on him. But now it looked like Old Man Winter had come just in time and saved him from the bone pile. There'd been 2 weeks when the cold winds howled, whistled through the cracks of the stable, and shook it. And in them 2 weeks, the old horse had recuperated some till he was able to listen to the howling wind and feel the while that no equestrian would be showing up to interrupt the rest that he was needing so bad. Every person around wondered when that awful wind was going to stop. But with Cloudy, if ever he could have, he'd wished that that wind would last forever. It had got to be sweet music to his ears, and he dozed to his heart's content only to be woke up out of his dream to stare at a fresh forkful of hay once in a while. Then he'd eat a spell, listen to the wind some more, and on the sound of it go to dozing again. Maybe dreaming of a winter range somewheres and far away. Pecos is by him maybe, while he dreams. Then other ponies of the rocking are, and on a ridge watching him is Clint, the only real friend he'd ever knowed. The winter months wore on, and Cloudy began to look like a horse again. Then spring come, and the air that came with it got the folks to wanting to be out. One day, the gray-haired gent who'd rode Cloudy in mornings of the summer before showed up again, and was picked on as one steady customer for the pony. Then a few days later, a young lady came to the stable who just loved horses and asked if she could get Cloudy every afternoon and whenever the weather was fit to ride in. The stableman let her have the horse once, and noticing what good care she took of him, figured her as another steady customer for the old horse. With her and the gray-haired man showing up every day, he allowed how that would be enough work for him, and none of the other equestrians ever got a chance to set on that horse from then on. A few years before, and if Cloudy had been the kind of horse folks would want to ride, that pony would have been able to take on a couple more equestrians and stand up under the work easy enough. But now he was getting too old for much more riding, and the stableman, realizing that, was trying to make him last as long as he could. But Cloudy was getting stiff mighty fast along the shoulders and front legs. He couldn't reach out no more in the same stride that had been his, and instead, whenever a front foot touched the ground for another step, it was like he was placing it on needles, and careful so as not to jar his shoulders and the rest of his body any more than he could help. There was times when he felt like he wanted to split the breeze the same as he used to, but that feeling was mostly in his heart, and his old legs couldn't follow up. Them old legs had hit the ground too hard too many times, and jarred too many riders out of the saddle at the rodeos where he'd performed as a bucking horse. Then the first year of livery stable work, where he was jammed around on the town's hard and rocky streets, put the kibosh on him for fair. The old tendons had been called on to do too much. But neither the old gent nor the young lady that was riding him every day noticed the stiffness crawling up on the old horse. He still went, and he still seemed willing to go some more, and far as they could tell, he was as good as any 4-year-old. Both took care of him so well that no hint ever came to either of 'em that they was riding an old horse what had a long ago earned freedom and a rest for what few years was still his to live. Every afternoon the girl came, her pockets loaded down with lumps of sugar, and refusing help, saddled Cloudy and headed him for a trail from where the scenery around could be seen and well. She'd pet him on the neck and run her fingers through his mane, and talk while the pony, given plenty of time, would pick his way through the rocks and brush. She'd let him rest often while in the steepest climbs, and sometimes would get out of the saddle so as to give him a better chance. At them times she'd reach in the pocket of her white riding habit and get a few lumps of sugar she'd brought for him. Cloudy hadn't been much for sugar when it was first introduced to him. He'd sniffed and snorted at the white lump, but the young lady had kept it under his nose till he finally nibbled at it. It didn't taste so bad, and he'd nibbled at it again, and some more, till came a time, as the girl kept a feeding it to him right along, he'd got to looking for it. He'd even stop sometimes, look back at her while she was on him, and make it mighty plain that he wanted another one of them white lumps. And when she was by him on the ground, he kept a-trying to stick his nose in her pockets and reach for 'em. He knowed where she carried it. What a surprise it would have been for the cowboys who knew Cloudy when he was the cougar, the man-killer, to have seen him in the act of bumming a young lady for sugar that way. And what a surprise it would have been for that same young lady to have learned that not so very long ago that horse would have took her hand and snapped it off at the wrist if that hand had ever come to within reaching distance. It would have been a surprise sure enough, and afterwards she'd figured the horse being mean that way would have been on account of rough treatment by someone. She'd been right, even if that someone was only a scrub of a degenerate half-breed and not fit to be classed amongst humans. Without him coming into the life of that pony, there wouldn't have been no such a horse as the cougar, and he'd still be known around to the northern country as Smoky, the best cow horse that ever busted a critter. But anyway, and whatever had been in the past of the horse that was now better known as Cloudy, didn't worry the young lady any. To her he was the sweetest horse she'd ever seen, and she kept supplying him with sugar. If she knowed that lumps of sugar wasn't the best thing there is to feed a horse, she'd filled her pockets with a handful or so of grain instead, or something that's more fitting to a horse's stomach that way. But she didn't know, and she sure meant well. Fine, warm spring days came, the kind of days when folks and animals alike hunt for a place where the sun shines the best. The last storm of the season had left, and as it went, the last of Cloudy's rest had come to an end. That pony was rearing to go, as best he could, when the young lady came and saddled him one bright afternoon, and as she'd been cooped up considerable herself, her spirits more than agreed with that of the horse. Out of the stable old Cloudy went, his legs hardly feeling the stiffness that was in 'em, and seeming like his hoofs was more for flying and not at all for touching the ground. The old pony acted like he wanted to go so bad that the girl didn't have the heart to hold him back. Besides, the stableman had told her one time that it wouldn't hurt to let him run once in a while, if for a short ways. So, leaning ahead on her saddle, she let the horse go. Cloudy ate up the distance and brought up sudden changes of scenery as mile after mile was covered and left behind. With the warming up of the run, the stiffness went out of his legs. He felt near young again, and was taking the steep hills more like a 4-year-old than the old stove-up horse he was. Sweat began a-dripping from him, and as the gait was kept up, that sweat turned to a white lather. His whole hide was soaked and steaming from the heat of his body, but he kept right on a-wanting to go, and like the girl, the excitement of the run had got a holt of him till neither realized they was carrying a good thing too far. The girl's hair was flying in the breeze that was stirred. She'd lost her hat, but she wasn't caring. To be going and splitting up some more of that breeze had got to the girl's head, and, cheeks flushed and a-smiling, she was sure getting a heap of joy out of just being alive and a-going. The trail followed along a stream and up a canyon. It kept a-getting steeper and steeper, and the old horse began to breathe harder and harder, till finally his wide-open nostrils couldn't take on enough air to do him no more. He had to slow down or else drop in his tracks. But Cloudy didn't slow down, and not a sign showed on him that he was wanting to. He was the kind of a horse that never quit, and would keep right on a-going till his heart stopped. The girl, not at all realizing, kept a-riding and enjoying the fast pace for all she was worth. She might have rode the old pony to his death that afternoon, only the trail stopped and she couldn't follow it no further. It had washed out during the spring thaw, and a place 10 feet wide and as deep had cut the trail in two. She stopped there, and coming out of the trance the fast ride had put her in, she started looking for a place to cross, but there wasn't any, and the only way left was to go back on the trail she'd come. She put her hand on Cloudy's neck, like to tell him how it was too bad the trail stopped short that way, but she never got to say the words. The feel of the sweat and lather that covered the horse left her dumb, and then she noticed how hard he was breathing. The thrill of the run had turned to sudden worry and fear for what she might have done, and another sort of excitement took a hold of her as she realized and then wondered what to do. She stepped away from the horse and wide-eyed looked at him. She'd never seen a horse shake and quiver all over like that one was doing. He seemed like hardly able to stand up, rocked back and forth like he was going to keel over any minute. Cloudy was jiggered, overrun, and his staggering scared her all the more. She must do something, and quick. The first thing that came to her was to try and cool him off before, as she figured, he fainted from being overheated. She tore at the saddle and worked at the latigos till it was loosened. Then she pulled it off and with the blanket throwed it to the ground. Steam raised off the pony's back, and at the sight of that girl got excited all the more. Then she spotted the mountain stream below and just a little ways. She led the horse careful and over to it, and then, thinking steady of quick ways to cool the horse off, she figured it a good idea to lead him in the water and where it was the deepest. She skipped from boulder to boulder till finally a place was found where the water came up above the pony's knees, and there she let him stand, while with her cupped hands she splashed the cold snow water on his chest, shoulders, and back. A half an hour or so of that, and the horse at last quit quivering, showed signs that he was cooled off, and got his breath all okay again. After a while he drank, and then drank some more, and the girl watching him felt sure that the worst was over and that the horse was saved. She smiled, petted him on the neck, and felt relieved at the natural way he'd got to acting again. The sun was hitting for the tall peaks to the west when the girl finally decided Cloudy was all right again and fit to start back. He was good and dry by then and felt cool. She'd kept him in the shade all the while, and being that mountain shade is not at all warm at that time of the year, the old pony was near shivering from the cold by the time the girl led him back to the saddle and put it on him again. The ride back to the stable was like a funeral march as compared with the one starting out. The horse was kept on a slow walk all the way, and every care was taken by the girl so that only the easiest trail was followed. She worried as she rode along and noticed that the horse didn't seem to be the same as before. His step wasn't so sure, and he'd stumble when there was nothing on the ground for him to stumble on, and then he'd sway like he was weak. It was way after dark when finally the stable was reached. The stableman was there and waiting, and greeting the young lady with a smile, he asked, "Did you water Cloudy before you left?" "No," says the girl, "but I watered him on the mountain where I turned to come back." "The reason I ask is because the new stable boy I hired forgot to water him this morning, or he thought I did." The gray-haired man didn't get to ride Cloudy the next day, nor did anybody else, for that horse was hardly able to even get out of the stall. His legs was like so many sticks of wood, and with no more bend in 'em than them same sticks have. His head hung near to the ground, and not a spear of the hay that had been put in the manger had been touched. The girl came to the stable that noon, and would have cried at the sight of him, only the stableman came up, and she held the tears back best as she could. "Looks like he's done for," says that feller as he came up. He didn't ask the girl what she'd done, 'cause a look at the horse told him the whole story better than the girl could have, and as he figured, a man has to take them chances when he's renting horses out that way. Besides, the girl looked so downhearted about it that he didn't have the heart to do any more but try to cheer her up. "I'll doctor him up the best I can, and maybe get him to come out of it a little." The girl took hopes at them words, and her eyes a-shining asked, "And can I come and help you?" Every day from then on, the time the girl had used a riding Cloudy was spent in the stable and by that horse. Liniments and medicines of all kinds was dug up and bought and used, and as the stableman watched her trying to do her best, he'd only shake his head. He knowed it was no use, and if the horse did come out of it, he'd never come out of it enough to ever be of any use as a saddle horse again. The horse had been foundered. The 24 hours without water, the hard run and sweating up, and then cooled off sudden in ice-cold water, and drinking his fill of that same water and all at once, had crippled him and stoved him up in a way where he'd be plumb useless, only maybe for a slow work and hooked to a wagon. A month went by, and the doctoring went on, the girl always a-hoping. And then one day she came to the stable to find the horse gone. She hunted up the stableman and finally, after a lot of running around, found him up in the hayloft. "I figured," says that feller on finding himself cornered, "that it'd be best to turn him loose. There's good range up north a ways, and thinking it'd do him more good to be loose that way on good feed, I just took him up there." But there was no good range in that country, not for many miles. The stableman had lied to save the girl's feelings, and instead, realizing that he couldn't turn the horse loose only to maybe let him starve, and being he couldn't afford to keep and feed a useless horse, there'd been only one way out. He'd sold him to a man who bought old horses and killed 'em for chicken feed. Chapter 14 of Smoky the Cowhorse. Dark clouds, then tall grass. The man collecting old wore-out and crippled horses had come along and led him away. He had a little salt grass pasture a short distance out of town, and that's where he took the old horse. He turned him loose amongst a few more old horses, and would keep him there till the time come when some chicken man around town would need the carcass of one of the horses to feed to his chickens. Then the horse what looked like it had the shortest to live would be killed and hauled away. It didn't look like the end was very far for the mouse-colored horse. All the work he'd done and the interest he'd had while under the names of Smoky and the Cougar had stopped being accounted for and sort of pinched out under the name of Cloudy, and now he had no name. He was just chicken feed. And soon, if he stayed in that pasture, all what he'd been and done would be blotted out with the crack of a rifle shot. But the old pony had no hint of that, and as it was, he wasn't for quitting as yet. His old stiff legs was still able to carry him around some. The doctoring he'd got at the stable had helped him more than what had been hoped. And then getting out in a pasture where he could keep moving around as he wanted to was helping him some more. Besides, his old heart was still strong. Quite a bit solid meat was covering his ribs, and with the salt and wire grass to graze on, he could still make out and mighty well. A few weeks went by when once in a while and every few days, one of the old horses he was pasturing with was caught, led out, a rifle shot was heard, and he'd never be seen no more. Other old horses was brought in, and they'd pasture on with him till one by one they'd also disappear, only to be replaced by more of 'em. The old mouse-colored horse must have looked like he was good to live for a long time yet. Anyway, the chicken horse man had kept him, maybe for emergency, and so he wouldn't be out of horses if an order for one, and that kind, was hard to get. Then one day a man came, looked all the old horses over, and finally, like he'd decided, pointed a finger towards the horse that had last been known as Cloudy. That pony was caught and led out the same way other horses had disappeared, but no rifle shot was heard. Instead, a lot of parleying went on. Cloudy was led alongside of an old bony something that had once been a horse. The old rack of bones was hooked onto a light wagon and seeming like hardly able to stand as the eyes of the two men went from him to Cloudy to sort of figure out which of the two was worth the most and how much the most. Finally, the dickering came to an end and seemed like agreeable to both parties. $3 to boot was handed, and the trade was made. The rack of bones was unhooked, the harness pulled off of him, and turned loose in the chicken horse pasture. Then Cloudy's old heart missed a few beats as that same harness was picked up again and throwed over his own back. As true a saddle horse, and once hard to set on as the mouse-colored horse had been, the feel of that harness on his back was as much the same as if a shovel or a hay fork had been handed to a cowpuncher with the idea of his using 'em. The old horse felt it a plain disgrace and snorted as it was buckled around him to stay. But the black-whiskered hombre that buckled it on him never seemed to notice or care that the horse had no liking for the collar and all the straps. He kept on a-fastening the harness, and when that was done, he jerked the old pony around and backed him into the shafts of the same old wagon that the rack of bones had been unhooked out of. Cloudy kept on a-snorting, and looked on one side and then the other as the shafts of the wagon was raised. If only he could act the way his heart wanted him to, but he didn't have the strength, the action to put in it, nor the energy no more. The most he could do was to snort, quiver, and shake his head. But as he was all hooked up and the man jumping in the wagon grabbed his whip, Old Cloudy done his best to try and get back to some of the life and tearing ability that had once been his. He kicked a couple of times at the rattling thing on wheels and which he was fastened to. Then he tried to buck some, and finally wound up by wanting to run away. But the harness held, and the rattling thing behind came right along wherever he went. And worse yet, he felt the stinging lash of the man's whip as he fought on and tried to clear himself. Then the jerking of the bit through his mouth, and with all that to show how useless his fighting and wanting to get away really was, the old pony soon lost heart. He finally settled down to a choppy lope, then a trot that was just as choppy, and at last to a walk. Another sting of the whip was felt on his flank, and at the same time the line was jerked at the bit, and Cloudy, still pulling the wagon, was made to turn up a lane. At the end of the lane was a shack made of old pieces of boards and covered over with the tin of old oil cans. To the right of that, and a little ways further, was another shack that looked like a mate to the first, only worse. And that one was going to be Cloudy's place of rest and shelter whenever work was over. There he was pulled to a stop, unhooked, led to the manger, and tied. The stable door was closed with a bang, and after a while the old horse, still wanting to cling to life regardless of what came, stuck his nose in the manger to nibble on some of what was in it. He reached for a mouthful of what he'd naturally took for hay, and chewed for a spell, but he didn't chew on it long. There was a musty taste about the long, dirty brown stems that didn't at all fit in with any hay he'd ever et. The kind that had been put in the manger for him to eat was the same that the livery stableman had used to put in the stalls and bed the horses down with. It was straw, only this was musty straw and wouldn't even make good bedding for horses. Cloudy felt hungry long before the next morning came, and often through the night he'd nosed into the musty straw with hopes of finding a few stems that'd do to fill an empty space. But there wasn't any to be found. The old rack of bones that had been there before him had looked for some too, and with no better luck. Cloudy's new owner figured it cheaper to swap horses with the chicken man and give him a few dollars to boot whenever any horse of his gave out. He wasn't going to buy no high-priced hay for no horse. The straw was given to him for the getting, and would keep any horse alive and working for at least 6 months. And then, or whenever the horse would be too weak to go any more, he'd trade him for another. Any kind of a horse, fat or thin, could always be used by the chicken man, and in trade he'd always take one of the fattest to take the place of the one he'd just starved near to death. That way, year in, year out, he'd keep a-draining the last of the life of every horse he'd get his claws onto. His property, and where he starved the horses into making a living for him, took in a couple of acres. Half of that land was rocks, mostly, and where he kept a few chickens. He bought or stole a little grain for them, but they well repaid him. Every time he went to town there was a basket of eggs in his wagon, and which he sold well. The other half of his land was cultivated, and where vegetables of all kinds had been made to grow. That's where the help of a horse was needed, to pull the cultivator or the plow, then the hauling of the vegetables to town, and once there, any odd jobs that could be got, and which would bring a few dollars for the use of the horse and wagon. It was bright and early the next morning when the work began for Cloudy. The man showed his teeth in a grin as he looked in the manger while putting the harness on the horse, and noticing the straw in there hadn't hardly been touched, remarked, "You'll be eating some of that before you get through." Cloudy was made acquainted with many different kinds of implements and work that day. All was mighty strange and plumb against the ways of working which he'd been broke to do. It was pull and pull, one contraption and then another, back and forth through furrows, turn at the end and then back again. If he slowed down or hesitated, wondering what to do, there was the whip always on hand to make him decide, and mighty quick. His muscles, having developed under the saddle, used to pack weight and set that way, wasn't for getting next to the change very easy. Looking through a collar and pulling steady was so different to heading off and turning a wild-eyed critter. It wasn't at all like coming out of the chute in front of a grandstand and seeing how many jumps could be put into one, nor didn't compare even with packing equestrians around. He'd felt some free under the saddle, and even though all of it had been real work, there'd always been something that fitted in and which made him feel natural. But now, with all these straps a-hanging onto him, there was a feeling that he was tied down. Them straps even seemed to wrap around his heart at times and keep it from beating. And taking all, the strange hard work, the stinging of the whiplash on his ribs, nothing fit to eat after he was tired out and the day was over, it was no wonder that the old pony's heart began to shrivel up on him. As the long days run into weeks and the work in the field and in the town got to bearing down on him, the old pony even got so he couldn't hate no more. Abuse or kindness had both got to be the same, and one brought out no more result or show of interest than the other. He went to the jerk of the lines like without realizing, and when he was finally led into the stable when night come, the feeling was the same. There he ate the musty straw because it was under his nose. He didn't mind the taste of it. He didn't mind anything anymore. Of the odd jobs that Cloudy's owner would get to do around town, and whenever he could get away from his truck and chicken farm, there was one which he looked forward to the most, and which the thought of made him rub his hands together with pleasure. It was that of scattering the posters advertising the annual rodeo and celebration that was pulled off in town and every early fall. But that wasn't all. There was many other things for him to do at that time for which he could charge without anybody ever finding out whether all he'd been paid to do really had been done. That year, as usual, he was ready and right on the dot to take on some more of that kind of work. He'd hooked up the old mouse-colored horse, and taking a load of vegetables on the way in, stuck around town doing the different kinds of work the Rodeo Association had furnished him with. He'd be on the go all day and prodding the old horse into a trot, sometimes even if the wagon was loaded. It'd be away into the night before he'd turn the tired horse towards home. Every day was a great day for the man. There was so many people around to make the town lively, and being most of 'em was strangers, he could get to within talking distance of 'em easy enough, and a few would even stand to have him around for a few minutes at the time. Them strangers had come to see the rodeo. Most of 'em was from other towns around, and mixed in the crowd once in a while could be seen the high-crowned hat of a cowboy who'd come to ride, rope, and bulldog. Then, at the Casa Grande Hotel, and registered there was many cattle buyers from the northern states. They'd come to bid on the big herds of cattle that was being crowded across the border from Mexico, for Pancho Villa and the Yaquis was making it hard for the cattlemen of that country. Villa took the cattle to feed his army, while the Yaquis run off whatever Villa overlooked, and the cowman that could and had any stock left, soon seen where if he wanted to save anything of what he'd worked to accumulate, he'd have to rush whatever that was to the border and get it on American soil mighty quick. That's how come that the stockyards of the border towns was filled with cattle, and that the hotels along them same towns was filled with cattle buyers. The Casa Grande Hotel was the most filled on account that along with the business of buying cattle, a little pleasure could be got there afterwards. A rodeo was in that town, and night celebrations, and being that them cattle buyers was still as much cowboys as ever, a good bucking contest and the fun afterwards couldn't be overlooked, not if it could be helped. Yep, the town was sure lively. Two of the buyers was sitting in the lobby of the hotel one morning and a-talking on the first day's event of the rodeo. A telegraph pole which stuck up right before their vision and on the edge of the sidewalk, and nailed to that pole was a poster advertising the rodeo, and with a photograph of a bucking horse in action on it, told all about the great bucking horse and outlaw, the gray cougar, the only one that could compare in wickedness and bucking ability to the cougar, that once famous man-killing horse. The two went on to talking about the rodeo, and naturally the talk drifted on about the gray cougar, and how he could buck. "The boys tell me," says one of the men, "that this gray cougar horse couldn't hold a candle to the real cougar when it come to bucking and fighting. According to that, the other horse must have been some wicked." The man was still talking on the subject when an old mouse-colored horse, pulling an old wagon loaded down with vegetables, came to a stiff-legged stop, and right by the telegraph pole on which the poster telling all about the gray cougar was nailed. The man in the lobby grinned a little at the sight of the old horse a-standing there like in comparison with the famous gray outlaw, and pointing a finger in his direction, he remarked, "There must be the old cougar right there, Clint. Anyway, he's got the same color." The man called Clint grinned some at the joke, but the grin soon faded away as he kept a-looking at the old horse and noticed the condition he was in. Then he seen the saddle marks that was all over the pony's back, and he says, "You never can tell. That old pony might have been mighty hard to set on at one time, too. But the way he looks right now, them times are sure done past and gone." "Yep," agreed the other man. "It's a miracle that pony can navigate at all. I wonder how it is that this Humane Society hombre that's sticking around the rodeo grounds doesn't happen to notice such as this. I'd like to help hang a feller for driving a horse like that around." The conversation was held up for a spell as the two men watched the bewhiskered man come out of the hotel with an empty basket and climbed the wagon on which the old mouse-colored horse was hooked. He grabbed the lines and the whip both at the same time and went to work a-putting the horse into a trot. Clint was for getting up as he seen the whip land on the old pony's hide, but the other man grabbed a hold of his arm and says, "Never mind, old boy. Most likely that Humane Society outfit'll fall on that Bolshevik's neck before he gets very far." The man called Clint sat down again, but he was boiling up inside, and he didn't at all look pleasant as the conversation was resumed and noticed how his friend turned it to other things and away from the subject of old horses and such. He wasn't for answering very quick when that same friend went on to talking about that country to the north, how he'd heard rumors that the rocking R might be selling out in another year or so. "I wonder why?" he asks. Clint turned to his friend and, grinning at his idea of changing the subject that way, finally answered, "I guess it's because old Tom feels the end a-coming. Besides, he's getting crowded all around by small outfits, and his range ain't holding up like it used to." "But what are you going to do when the rocking R sells out? You left that country quite a few times the last few years, and I notice you always go back like there was no other that suited you." "I've got that fixed," says Clint, gradually taking more heart in the new subject. and there he tried to describe some. "You know abouts where that camp is where I used to break horses when I first started working for the Rocking R? It's where the outfit used to run their stock horses. Well, I bought that camp from old Tom Jarvis. That is, I talked him into selling it to me, and 4,000 acres of the fine range around to go with it. I'm thinking that this shipment I'm getting together now will be the last old Tom'll ever buy, and by the time I get this trainload of Sonora Reds north and delivered to him, I'll have enough money to make the final payment on my place, and still have enough left to buy a few head of cattle and start stocking it." Clint often thought of his little place up in the heart of the cow country to the north. He could picture his own cattle ranging there and packing a brand of his on their slick hides. He'd a long time hoped for the likes, and at last he was getting it. A couple more days now, and he'd be heading north again, and there to stay this time. The last day of the rodeo had come, and Clint was to start with his trainload of stock that night. Him and his friends was sitting in the lobby of the hotel that evening a-talking and wondering when they'd be seeing one another again, when outside and by the telegraph pole came the same old mouse-colored horse, and stopped not an inch from where the two men had seen him a couple of days before. Both was quick to spot him again this time, and right then, for some reason or other, the conversation died down. The first sight of that old pony hadn't been forgot, and when he showed up this second time right before their eyes, he was like reminding 'em, and natural-like set the two men to thinking. That old shadow of a horse told some of the hard knocks of life, of things that was past and gone, and which could have been bettered while the bettering could be done. It was while the thinking was going on that way that Clint sort of felt a faint, far-away something a-knocking, and from down the bottom of his think tank. That something was trying hard to come back to life as that man's eyes kept a-going over the pony's blazed face and bony frame. But it was buried so far underneath so many things that had been stacked there that the knocking was pretty well muffled up. It'd have to be helped by some sort of a sudden jolt before it could come out on top. The jolt came as the vegetable man got on his seat on the wagon and as usual reached for the whip. Clint's friend, a-trying to keep him from running out and starting a rumpus, had tried to draw his interest by asking, "What's become of that cow-horse Smoky that used to?" But the question was left for him to wonder about, for Clint wasn't there to answer. Instead, the hotel door slammed and only a glimpse of that same cowboy could be seen as he passed by the lobby window. In less than it takes to tell it, he was up on the wagon, took a bulldogging holt of the surprised vegetable man, and by his whiskers drug him off his seat and down to earth. The telephone on the desk of the sheriff's office rang till it near danced a jig, and when that feller lifted the receiver, a female voice was heard to holler, "Somebody is killing somebody else with a whip by the Casa Grande Hotel. Hurry, quick!" The sheriff appeared on the scene and took in the goings-on at a glance. Like a man who knowed his business, his eyes went to looking for what might have caused the argument as he came. He looked at the old horse whose frame showed through the hide, then the whip marks on that hide. He knowed horses as well as he did men, and when he noticed more marks of the same whip on the bewhiskered man's face, he stood his ground, watched, and then grinned. "Say, cowboy," he finally says, "don't scatter that hombre's remains too much. You know we got to keep record of that kind the same as if it was a white man, and I don't want to be looking all over the streets to find out who he was." Clint turned at the sound of the voice, and sizing up the grinning sheriff, went back to his victim and broke the butt end of the whip over his head, after which he wiped his hands and proceeded to unhook the old horse off the wagon. That evening was spent in investigating. Clint and the sheriff went to the chicken horse man and found out enough from him about the vegetable man and his way of treating horses to put that hombre in a cool place and keep him there for a spell. "I'm glad to have caught on to that feller's doings," remarks the sheriff as him and Clint went to the livery stable, their next place of investigation. There, Clint listened mighty close as he learned a heap about the mouse-colored horse when he was known as Cloudy. The stableman went on to tell as far as he knowed about the horse, and the whole history of him, and when that pony was known through the Southwest and many other places as the Cougar, the wickedest bucking horse and fighting outlaw the country had ever laid eyes on. Clint was kind of proud in hearing that. He'd heard of the Cougar, and that pony's bucking ability even up to the Canadian line and across it. And to himself he says, "That Smoky horse never did do things half-ways." But he got to wondering, and then asked how come the pony had turned out to be that kind of a horse. That the stableman didn't know. It was news to him that the horse had ever been anything else, and as he says, "The first that was seen of that horse is when some cowboys found him on the desert, amongst a bunch of wild horses and packing a saddle. Nobody had ever showed up to claim him, and as that pony had been more than inclined to buck and fight is how come he was sold as a bucking horse. And believe me, old-timer," went on the stableman, a-shaking his head, "he was some bucking horse." "Well," says the sheriff, "that's another clue run to the ground with nothing left of but the remains." That night, the big engine was hooked onto the trainload of cattle as to per schedule and started puffing its way on to the north. In the last car, the one next to the caboose, and the least crowded, a space had been partitioned off. In that space was a bale of good hay, a barrel of water, and an old mouse-colored horse. The winter that came was very different to any the old mouse-colored horse had ever put in. The first part of it went by with him like in a trance, not realizing and hardly seeing. His old heart had dwindled down till only a sputtering flame was left, and that threatened to go out with the first hint of any kind of breeze. Clint had got the old horse in a warm box stall, filled the manger full of the best blue-joint hay there was, and even bedded him down with more of the same. Water was in that same stall and where it could be easy reached. And then that cowboy had bought many a dollar's worth of condition powders and other preparations which would near coax life back even in a dead body. 2 months went by when all seemed kind of hopeless, but Clint worked on and kept a-hoping. He'd brought the old horse in the house and made him a bed by the stove if that would have helped. As far as that goes, he'd have done anything else, just so a spark of life showed in the old pony's eyes. But he'd done all he could, and as he laid a hand on the old skinny neck and felt of the old hide, he'd cuss and wish for the chance of twisting out of shape who all had been responsible. Then his expression would change, and he'd near bust out crying as he'd think back and compare the old wreck with what that horse had been. As much as Clint had liked Smoky, the old wreck of a shadow of that horse wasn't wanting for any of the same liking. It was still in the cowboy's heart a-plenty, and if anything, more so, on account that the old pony was now needing help and a friend like he'd never needed before. And Clint was more on hand with the horse now that he was worthless than he'd been when Smoky was the $400 cow horse and worth more. Finally, and after many a day of care and worrying, Clint began to notice with a glad smile that the pony's hide was loosening up. Then after a week or so more of shoving hay and grain, condition powders, and other things down the old pony's throat, a layer of meat began to spread over them bones and under that hide. Then one day a spark showed in the pony's eye. Soon after that, he started taking interest in the things around. As layer after layer of meat and then tallow accumulated and rounded the sharp corners of Smoky's frame, that pony was for noticing more and more, till after a while his interest spread enough, and with a clearer vision went as far as to take in the man, who kept a going and coming, once in a while touched him, and then talked. Clint liked to had a fit one day when talking to the horse, and happening to say Smoky, he noticed that pony cock an ear. The recuperating of that horse went pretty fast from then on, and as the winter days howled past and early spring drawed near, there was no more fear in Smoky's last stand being anywheres near. As the days growed longer and the sun got warmer, there was times when Clint would lead the horse out and turn him loose to walk around in the sunshine, and that way get the blood to circulating. Smoky would sometimes mosey along for hours around the place and then start out on some trail. But always when the sun went down, he was by the stable door again, and then Clint would let him in. Clint would watch him by the hour whenever the horse was out that way, and he'd wonder, as he kept his eye on him, if that pony remembered, if the knocks he'd got from different people in different countries didn't forever make him forget his home range and all that went with it. Not many miles away was where he was born. The big mountains now covered with snow was the same he was raised on, and which he tore up with his hoofs as he played while a little colt and by his mammy. The corrals by the stable and sheds was the ones he was first run into when branded, and in them, a few years later, broke to saddle. But what Clint would wonder the most as he watched is whether Smoky remembered him. The cowboy had kept a hoping that some time he'd be greeted with a nicker as he'd opened the stable door in the morning. Clint felt if the horse remembered, he would nicker that way at the sight of him, and like he used to. But morning after morning went by, and even though Smoky seemed full of life and rounded out to near natural again, no nicker was ever heard. "Somebody must have stretched that pony's heartstrings to the breaking point," he remarked one day as he stopped, wondering as usual, and looked at the horse. Finally spring came sure enough, and broke up the winter. Green grass-covered ridges took the place of snowbanks, and the cottonwoods along the creeks was beginning to bud. It was during one of them fine spring days when riding along and looking the country over, Clint run across a bunch of horses. In the bunch was a couple of colts just a few days old, and knowing that old ponies have such a strong interest and liking for the little fellers, the cowboy figured the sight of 'em would help considerable in bringing Smoky's heart up a few notches, and maybe to remembering. He fell in behind the bunch and hazed them all towards the corrals. And as Smoky, turned loose that day, spotted the bunch, his head went up. Then he noticed the little fellers, and that old pony, gathering all the speed there was in him, headed straight for the bunch and amongst them. Clint corralled him and all the rest together, and setting on his horse at the gate, watched Smoky while the horse was having the time of his life getting acquainted. The pony dodged kicks and bites and went back and forth through the bunch, and a spark showed in his eye which hadn't been there for many a day. The cowboy could near see the horse smile at the little colts, and he was surprised at the show of action and interest the old pony had reserved or gained. He was acting near like a 2-year-old, and Clint grinned as he watched. "Doggone his old hide," says the cowboy. "It looks to me like he's going to live and enjoy life for many summers yet." Then thinking strong, he went on, "And maybe in that time he might get to remembering me again. I wonder." He watched Smoky a while longer, and till he got acquainted some, and at last, deciding it'd be for the best to let him go, he reined his horse out of the gate and let the bunch run by. The old pony seemed to hesitate some as the bunch filed out. He liked their company mighty well, but something held him back. Then a horse nickered, and even though that nicker might not have been meant for him, it was enough to make him decide. He struck out on a high lope and towards the bunch. One of the little colts and full of play waited for him, and nipping the old horse in the flanks, run by his side till the bunch was caught up with. Smoky was living again. Clint sat on his horse and watched the bunch lope out over a ridge and out of sight. And with a last glimpse at the mouse-colored rump, he grinned a little, but it was a sorry grin. And as he kept a-looking the way Smoky had gone, he says, "I wonder if he ever will." With the green grass growing near an inch a day, Clint wasn't worried much on how old Smoky was making it. He figured a horse couldn't die if he wanted to, not on that range at that time of the year. But some day soon he was going to try and locate the old horse and find out for sure how he really was. Then a lot of work came on, which kept the cowboy from going out soon as he wanted to. And then one morning, bright and early, as he stepped out to get a bucket of water, the morning sun throwed a shadow on the door, and as he stuck his head out, a nicker was heard. Clint dropped his bucket in surprise at what he heard and then seen. For standing out a ways, slick and shiny, was the old mouse-colored horse. The good care the cowboy had handed him, and afterwards the ramblings over the old home range had done its work. The heart of Smoky had come to life again, and full size. End of Smoky the Cowhorse by Will James.